Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Bookish English 2, the place where you live English, not just study it. Today's lesson is special. You will not read grammar or memorize rules. You will speak real questions, real answers, real life. I will ask you simple questions, give examples, and then it will be your turn to speak out loud. You do not need to be perfect. You just need to try. Fluency begins when you stop waiting and start speaking. Mistakes are not the problem, silence is. So today, let your voice be free. Speak with confidence, even if your sentences are simple. Every word you say is a small victory. Take a deep breath, relax. You are here to grow. Together, we will make English feel natural, easy, and alive. This is Real English Questions and Answers Practice. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The first thing you do after you wake up. Every morning is a small beginning. When you open your eyes, the world feels new again. You may hear a sound outside, maybe birds, maybe cars, maybe the soft hum of your alarm. In that moment, before you even speak, your mind starts to move in English today. So, let's start there. What is the first thing you do after you wake up? Say it in your heart. Feel the words forming. Don't worry about grammar. Don't worry about being right. This is your time to speak freely and enjoy the sound of your own voice. Maybe your answer is simple. You can say, I check my phone. Or, you can make it a little longer. I check my phone and turn off the alarm. That's good. Now try to stretch it a little more. When I wake up, the first thing I do is reach for my phone. I turn off my alarm and look at my messages. I don't always reply, but I like to see what's new. See how your sentence becomes more alive when you add small details? You are not only saying words, you are telling a small story from your life. That is how real English grows, not from rules, but from your real feelings and moments. Now your turn. Imagine I am sitting in front of you smiling, waiting for your answer. Say it out loud. You can even pause the video if you need more time. Tell me, what is the first thing you do after you wake up? Speak slowly, one word at a time. Feel how your mouth shapes the words. Feel proud that you are speaking in another language. This is your practice, and no one can take it away from you. Maybe you said, I brush my teeth right away. Maybe you said, I open the window and stretch. Maybe you said, I stay in bed for 5 minutes and think about my day. Every answer is perfect because it is yours. You are not trying to copy someone else. You are creating your own English, the English that belongs to your life. Now let's add more heart to your answer. Think about why you do that thing first. Say, I brush my teeth because I like to feel fresh. Or, I open the window because I love the morning air. Or, I stay in bed because I want a few quiet minutes before the day starts. These small reasons turn your sentences into meaning. They connect your emotions with your English. That is where fluency begins, when your thoughts and your words start to live together. When you do this every day, something amazing happens. Your brain begins to think in English. You stop translating, you just speak. At first, it feels strange, but day by day, you will notice that your words come faster and your ideas flow naturally. That's because you are training your mind through real use, not memorizing from a book. You are learning the way children learn by living it. So take a deep breath and say it again, this time with confidence. The first thing I do after I wake up is bud and finish the sentence in your own way. Speak with energy. Speak with belief. You are not just repeating, you are expressing. Every sentence you say builds a new path in your mind. Every sound you make in English is a small victory. You did it. You spoke real English. This is not a dream. This is practice that works. You spoke, you felt, you grew. And when you do this every morning, you don't just practice English, You build a new version of yourself, confident, clear, and ready to express your thoughts to the world. That is the power of speaking real English. Chapter 2. What do you hear right now? Take a moment and listen. Really listen. What do you hear right now? Maybe it is the sound of birds outside your window. Maybe a car passing by. Maybe the quiet hum of your fan. Or maybe you hear your own breathing. Every sound is part of your world. When you listen in English, you are not just hearing sounds. You are training your brain to describe life in another language. That is the secret of thinking in English. So, let us begin. What do you hear right now? Say it slowly with me. What do you hear right now? Feel each word, let it move through your mouth softly and naturally. Here is my short answer. I hear birds, simple and beautiful. I hear birds. Now let's make it a little longer. I hear birds outside. It is peaceful and quiet. Do you feel how that sounds like real life? You can almost see the scene in your mind. Now make it even more natural. Right now, I hear some birds near my window. It is a soft sound. I also hear a car passing on the road. It is a calm morning and everything feels slow. These are not just sentences, they are living pictures. When you describe what you hear, you are not memorizing English. You are using it to connect with the world around you. Now your turn. Close your eyes for a few seconds and listen carefully. What do you hear? Speak it out loud. Maybe you hear children playing. Maybe you hear people talking downstairs. Maybe you hear music from another room. Say it in English. It does not have to be perfect. What matters is that you are saying it. Every word you speak is a small success. Speak with honesty. Speak with calm confidence. I will give you time. You can pause and think. Now, let's make it a little deeper. Describe the sound. Is it loud or soft? Is it fast or slow? Do you like it or not? When you answer like this, your brain learns to expand your ideas. You can say, I hear traffic outside. It is a little noisy, but I do not mind. Or you can say, I hear rain falling. It sounds gentle and makes me feel relaxed. Or maybe, I hear my family talking and laughing. It makes me happy. See how your emotions bring your English to life? That is how you learn to sound natural and confident. When you practice like this every day, your listening improves, your speaking improves, and your confidence grows. You start to notice that English is not just a subject anymore. It becomes part of how you see the world. Every sound becomes a story. Every sound becomes a reason to speak. Let's do it again one more time. Take a breath. Look around you. Listen carefully and describe it in English. Say, I hear, and finish the sentence with what you truly hear. Maybe it is quiet. Maybe it is busy. It does not matter. What matters is that you are using your voice. Your voice has power. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. You are training your ears and your mouth at the same time, just like athletes train their bodies. You are not only learning English, you are learning how to live through English. That is what makes you different from others who just read and never speak. You are brave enough to speak out loud. You are brave enough to sound imperfect because you know that every small step is progress. Keep listening, keep describing, keep feeling, because real English begins when you connect words with your real world. The sound you hear right now is not just a noise. It is a chance to grow, to learn, and to become fluent one word at a time. Chapter 3. What time do you usually go to bed? Every day has a beginning and an ending. The morning wakes you up, but the night teaches you to rest. When the world gets quiet and the lights turn low, that is when you prepare your mind and body for sleep. Today's question is very simple, but very real. What time do you usually go to bed? Say it softly with me. What time do you usually go to bed? This is not just a question about time. It is a way to talk about your daily life in English, to describe your habits, and to express who you are through small routines. Let me give you an example. My short answer is simple. I go to bed at 11. Easy, right? Now let's add more. I usually go to bed around 11 at night. Sometimes I sleep earlier, sometimes later. See how that already feels more natural? Now we can grow that answer. I usually go to bed at 11. I try to sleep early because I wake up at 7 in the morning. But sometimes I stay up late if I am not tired. It depends on the day. That is a real answer from a real life. And when you say it in English, you are not only practicing vocabulary, you are practicing your rhythm, your thoughts, and your story. Now it is your turn. Take a moment and think. What time do you usually go to bed? Say it out loud. Do not just think the answer. Speak it. Your brain needs to hear your own voice. Maybe you say, I go to bed at 10. Maybe you say, I go to bed very late, around 1 in the morning. Maybe you say, I sleep early because I wake up early. Every answer is true and beautiful because it comes from your real life. You are speaking about yourself, and that is what makes learning meaningful. Now let's make it longer. Add one more sentence about how you feel before bed, or what you do before you sleep. You could say, I go to bed at 10 and read a few pages of a book. Or you could say, I go to bed late because I like to watch videos. Or, I go to bed at midnight after I finish my homework. You see, now your answer has life. It has action, emotion, and connection. You are not only speaking English, you are living English. Think of how beautiful this is. Every night before bed, you can describe your day in English. You can talk to yourself softly. You can say, today was a good day. I learned something new. I feel grateful. I will sleep now and wake up stronger. This simple act connects your mind to English before sleep, and your brain remembers it better. You are turning your bedtime into a learning time. How powerful is that? Let us say it together one more time. What time do you usually go to bed? Answer slowly. Feel the calm in your voice. You can pause if you need to. There is no rush. Fluency does not come from speed, it comes from comfort. Every time you speak slowly and clearly, you teach your tongue and your mind to work together. That is how confidence begins. Now smile, because you are doing something wonderful. You are learning English from your real life, from your small habits. When you talk about what time you go to bed, you are not repeating a textbook. You are telling your story in another language. That is real progress. So tonight, when you lie down, remember this practice. Speak a few words in English before you sleep. Let your last thoughts of the day be in English. And when you wake up tomorrow, you will be one step closer to fluency. Chapter 4. What do you always carry with you? Think for a moment about your day. Every time you leave your home, there are small things you carry with you. These things are part of your daily life. They make you feel ready. They make you feel safe. So let us talk about that today. What do you always carry with you? Say it slowly with me. What do you always carry with you? When you answer this question, you are not only talking about objects, you are talking about habits, needs, and small pieces of your identity. Let's begin with a short answer. I always carry my phone. Simple and true. Most people do. Now we can grow this answer. I always carry my phone, keys, and wallet. I need them every day. That already sounds more complete. And now, let's make it more natural, more alive. I never leave home without my phone, my wallet, and my house keys. They are always in my bag. Sometimes I also carry a notebook or headphones, especially if I will be out for a long time. That is how we take a short answer and make it real. It becomes a small story about your life. Now it is your turn. What do you always carry with you? Think for a second. Maybe you always carry a water bottle. Maybe you carry a book, your ID card, or some headphones. Maybe you carry a photo or something that makes you feel confident. Speak it out loud. Do not worry about being perfect. Just say it as it comes to your mind. Every word you speak builds your fluency. Every time you use English to talk about yourself, you make the language yours. Let us add one more sentence. Tell why you carry it. Say, I always carry water because I like to stay healthy. Or, I always carry my headphones because I love listening to music. Or maybe, I always carry my book because I like reading when I have free time. When you add reasons, your sentences become more meaningful. You are not just naming things, you are explaining your life in English. That is what makes speaking interesting and real. Now let us go deeper. Think about how these small things represent you. For example, if you always carry a notebook, maybe you love to write ideas or draw. If you always carry your phone, maybe it helps you stay connected to your friends or family. When you start thinking like this, your English becomes emotional. It connects with who you are. Repeat your answer again, but this time speak with more feeling. Pretend you are talking to a friend who really wants to know about you. Say your answer with warmth and confidence. When you speak like that, you train your brain to feel natural in English. You stop thinking about rules and you start expressing yourself. That is the real goal. Now imagine this. Every object you carry tells a small story about you. When you describe it in English, you are sharing a part of yourself with the world. That is powerful. You are not only practicing a language, you are learning to communicate your personality, your habits, your emotions. That is what real English is. It is not just words, it is you speaking about your life. So, let's practice again. Ask yourself one more time, what do I always carry with me? Answer with love. Maybe it changes tomorrow, and that's fine. Because every time you speak, you discover something new about yourself. You are building both your English and your confidence one sentence at a time. And remember, every small answer you give in English is proof that you are growing. It does not matter how simple the words are. What matters is that you speak them. The more you speak, the more you believe in yourself. So, keep your phone, your keys, and your English practice with you wherever you go. Because one day, you will realize that your most powerful tool is not what's in your pocket, it's your voice. Chapter 5. What are you learning right now? Every day you learn something new, even if you do not notice it. It might be a skill, a word, a feeling, or a lesson from life. Learning never stops. It keeps your mind alive and your heart growing. So today's question is simple but beautiful. What are you learning right now? Say it slowly with me. What are you learning right now? These words are not only about school or books. They are about everything that helps you grow and become better than you were yesterday. Let me start with a short answer. I am learning English. Simple, honest, and true. Now let us make it a little longer. I am learning English because I want to speak with confidence. I study a little every day. It sounds more real already, doesn't it? Now let us make it even more natural. I am learning English right now. I take online lessons 3 times a week. I also listen to podcasts and watch videos in English every day. It is not easy, but I enjoy it. I want to travel one day and speak freely with people from other countries. You see, when you add small details, your answer becomes a story. It becomes a reflection of your life. Now it is your turn. What are you learning right now? Think deeply for a moment. Maybe you are learning how to cook. Maybe you are learning how to drive. Maybe you are learning to stay calm, to be patient, or to speak kindly. It does not matter what it is. What matters is that you speak about it in English. So, say it out loud. I am learning, and finish the sentence. Speak slowly. Let the words come naturally. Remember, you do not need perfect grammar to express your heart. You just need courage to speak. Now let us add one more idea. Why are you learning it? When you tell the reason, your answer becomes more emotional. You could say, I am learning guitar because I love music. You could say, I am learning photography because I like to capture beautiful moments. You could say, I am learning English because I want to make new friends. Every reason adds power to your answer. It connects your mind with your emotions. That connection makes your words unforgettable. When you learn something, your brain changes. It becomes stronger, faster, and more creative. But when you learn in English, it grows in two ways at the same time. You learn the skill, and you learn how to describe it. That is double growth. Every time you talk about what you are learning, you build fluency and self-belief. You remind yourself that you are improving. You are not stuck. You are moving forward step by step. Say your answer again now, but longer and more natural. Add what you do to learn it. Maybe you can say, I am learning English. I watch short videos every morning. I repeat the sentences and speak out loud. Or you can say, I am learning to cook. I try new recipes every weekend. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't, but I keep trying. When you talk about your process, you sound like a real speaker. You sound alive in English. Learning is not only about results, it is about progress. It is about the journey. Every small mistake you make teaches you something valuable. So, if you are learning English, do not worry about mistakes. They are not your enemies, they are your teachers. The more you make, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you grow. So, once again, ask yourself, what am I learning right now? Say it proudly. Whatever it is, it means you are moving forward. Every time you speak about your learning in English, you are practicing two things at once: your skill and your language. That is real learning. That is real progress. Keep going, because the more you learn, the more you discover who you truly are. Chapter 6. What is something you never eat? Food is more than just something we taste. It is a memory, a feeling, a story that lives inside us. Every person has foods they love and foods they do not like. Some things make you smile when you eat them, while others you cannot even think about. So let us talk about that today. What is something you never eat? Say it slowly with me. What is something you never eat? This simple question helps you describe your choices, your feelings, and your life in English. Let me start with a short answer. I never eat mushrooms. That is it. Small, clear, and complete. Now we can make it a little longer. I never eat mushrooms because I do not like the taste. That already gives a reason, which makes your answer more interesting. Now let's make it sound more natural, like a real story. I never eat mushrooms. I have tried them many times, but I just do not like the flavor or the texture. They feel strange in my mouth, so I always avoid them. This is how real people speak in English. They tell what they do and why they do it. It is simple, honest, and natural. Now it is your turn. What is something you never eat? Think about your answer. Maybe you never eat spicy food. Maybe you do not eat meat. Maybe you never eat seafood because of an allergy. Whatever your answer is, say it out loud. You can even look around your kitchen or think about the last meal you had. Speak slowly and confidently. Remember, the goal is not to sound perfect, but to sound real. When you speak from your heart, your English becomes warm and true. Now, add a little more feeling to your answer. Tell what happens when you eat that food or how it makes you feel. You could say, I never eat spicy food because it burns my mouth. Or you could say, I never eat meat because I am vegetarian. Or maybe, I never eat eggs because the smell makes me feel sick. When you connect your emotions to your words, your sentences feel alive. This is how you train your brain to think naturally in English. Every time you explain a reason, you are not just giving information, you are building connection. You are learning to express yourself. That is what communication is about. Real English is not only about long words or grammar rules. It is about sharing your truth in a simple and clear way. When you talk about what you like and what you avoid, you are speaking from experience. That is the best kind of English. Now let us go deeper for a moment. Think about the foods you love and the foods you dislike. Each one tells something about you. Maybe your dislikes come from your culture, your childhood, or your health. When you describe them in English, you are not just practicing a language. You are telling a story about your life, your background, your feelings. That is what makes speaking powerful. English becomes more than words. It becomes your voice. So, one more time, ask yourself, what is something I never eat? Answer naturally. Say it with calm and pride. Maybe you never eat fast food because you like to cook at home. Maybe you never eat sweets because you want to stay healthy. Or maybe you never eat nothing unusual, and that is okay too. The point is to speak about your world. The more you describe, the more confident you become. Learning English through real questions like this is magical. It connects you with your daily life. It helps you see that English is not separate from you. It lives in every choice you make and every thought you have. When you say, I never eat mushrooms, you are not only using English, you are using your memories, your taste, your heart. That is what makes your English real and beautiful. Keep speaking, keep expressing, keep learning through the simple, honest things that make you, you. Chapter 7. What makes you happy? Happiness is one of the most beautiful feelings we can talk about. It is simple, warm, and different for everyone. Some people find happiness in small things, like a cup of tea in the morning. Others find it in music, in laughter, or in spending time with people they love. So today, I want you to think about this question deeply. What makes you happy? Say it slowly with me. What makes you happy? These 4 words can open your heart and help you speak English with emotion. Let us start with a short answer. Music makes me happy. It is simple and easy. Now we can make it longer. Listening to music makes me feel happy and calm. It gives me peace when I am tired or sad. That already sounds like a real sentence from your life. Now we can make it even more natural. Music always makes me happy. When I feel tired or lonely, I put on my headphones and listen to my favorite songs. It helps me relax, think positively, and feel strong again. This is not just English. It is emotion. It is your life spoken in another language. Now it is your turn. What makes you happy? Close your eyes for a moment and think about it. What are the things that make you smile without trying? Maybe it is spending time with your family. Maybe it is watching a funny movie. Maybe it is cooking for your friends or reading a good book. Whatever it is, say it out loud. I feel happy when I end up. And finish the sentence. Do not think too much. Speak naturally. The more you speak from your heart, the more fluent you become. Now, let us add a reason. Why does it make you happy? Try to say it in a full sentence. Spending time with my family makes me happy because I feel loved. Watching funny videos makes me happy because I forget my stress. Cooking for my friends makes me happy because I like to see them smile. Every answer is special because it shows who you are. You are not only practicing words, you are practicing feelings. That is how real communication begins. When you talk about happiness, something beautiful happens in your brain. It relaxes, it opens up, it helps you remember words faster and speak more clearly. Learning English through positive emotions makes it easier and more enjoyable. You are not fighting the language, you are flowing with it. Every time you speak about something you love, you are training your brain to connect joy with English. That is how learning becomes natural. Let us practice again. Ask yourself one more time, what makes me happy? This time, add more detail. Describe what you do, where you are, and how it feels. You could say, I feel happy when I walk in the park. I listen to the wind in the trees, and it makes me feel calm. Or, I feel happy when I watch the sunset. The colors make me feel peaceful. Or, I feel happy when I help someone. It gives me a warm feeling inside. You see, your answer becomes more powerful when you describe it with pictures and feelings. Remember, happiness does not have to be big. It can be found in simple things. A smile, a sound, a moment of peace. When you speak about happiness in English, you remind yourself that life is full of good things. You also remind yourself that you are strong, that you can express beauty in another language. So, smile right now. You are not just learning English, you are learning to speak your heart, You are learning to share your joy with the world. And the best part is, every time you do this, you make someone else smile too. So, what makes you happy? Keep that answer close to your heart and keep speaking it with love, because your voice has the power to make the world brighter. Chapter 8. What are you afraid of? Everyone feels fear. It is part of being human. Fear protects us, teaches us, and sometimes even helps us grow. But many times, we hide it. We pretend we are strong, even when something scares us inside. Today, I want you to face that feeling with me. Let us talk about it. What are you afraid of? Say it slowly. What are you afraid of? This question is powerful because when you speak about your fears, you take away their strength. And when you say it in English, you are not only improving your language, you are also learning to express your truth. Let me start with a short answer. I am afraid of heights. That is simple and clear. Now let us make it a little longer. I am afraid of heights. I do not like standing on tall buildings. It makes my legs feel weak. Now let us make it sound even more natural. I am afraid of heights. When I am in a high place, I feel nervous. My heart beats fast and I cannot look down. I feel better when my feet are back on the ground. That is a real answer, with real emotion, and that is exactly what makes your English powerful. Now it is your turn. What are you afraid of? Maybe you are afraid of spiders. Maybe you are afraid of speaking in public. Maybe you are afraid of losing someone or failing at something. Whatever it is, say it out loud. There is nothing wrong with fear. When you speak it, you begin to control it. Say your answer clearly. I am afraid of, and finish the sentence. Feel how your voice sounds stronger with every word. This is not just English practice. This is courage practice. Now let us go deeper. Add a reason. Tell me why you are afraid of it. You can say, I am afraid of spiders because they move too fast. Or you can say, I am afraid of flying because it makes me nervous. Or maybe you can say, I am afraid of speaking in English because I do not want to make mistakes. Be honest. When you speak honestly, your English becomes more beautiful. There is power in truth. There is freedom in saying what you really feel. When you talk about your fears in English, you are doing something very strong. You are teaching your brain to use the language even in emotional situations. That is how you build fluency with confidence. Because real fluency is not about perfect grammar, it is about expressing real thoughts, and fear is one of them. When you can talk about fear, you can talk about anything. Now take a breath. Think of your fear again. Picture it in your mind, then imagine yourself facing it. You can even say, I am afraid, but I will try. I am scared, but I will speak. These words are powerful. They build your confidence in both English and life. You become stronger every time you face fear and choose to keep going. Let us practice one more time. What are you afraid of? Say it again, but this time add one more sentence about how you deal with it. You could say, I am afraid of heights, but I try to stay calm. I am afraid of exams, but I study hard. I am afraid of talking to new people, but I still try because I want to learn. You see, now you are not just describing fear, you are describing courage. That is what makes you grow. Remember this. Fear does not mean weakness. It means you are human. It means you care. And when you speak about your fear in English, you are not only learning words, you are learning bravery. You are learning how to express the truth of your heart. That is something no grammar book can teach you. So today, be proud of yourself. You looked at your fear, you spoke it, and you grew stronger. That is real progress. Chapter 9. What do you want to do? This year, every year is a new beginning. It feels like an empty book, and you get to write the story. Maybe last year was full of lessons, mistakes, and small victories. But this year can be different. This year can be the one where you speak more English, grow more confident, and follow your dreams. So let us talk about this simple but powerful question. What do you want to do this year? Say it slowly with me. What do you want to do this year? When you answer it, speak with hope and excitement. The way you talk about your dreams gives them life. Let me begin with a short answer. I want to travel. That is short but strong. Now we can make it a little longer. I want to travel to a new country this year. That already feels more personal. Now, let us make it sound like a real conversation. This year, I want to travel somewhere new. I have been working hard and I need a break. I would love to visit Italy and see the ocean again. I want to enjoy good food, walk in new streets, and feel free. This is a dream spoken in simple English, but it feels real because it comes from the heart. Now it is your turn. What do you want to do this year? Think about your dream. Maybe you want to learn English fluently. Maybe you want to start a new job or save money. Maybe you want to study abroad or simply become a happier person. Whatever it is, say it out loud. I want to, and finish the sentence. Speak slowly and clearly. There is no wrong answer. Dreams are personal, and they belong to you. When you speak them, they start to take shape in your mind. Now, add one more sentence. Say why you want to do it. For example, I want to learn English because I want to connect with more people. Or, I want to start a new job because I want to support my family. Or, I want to travel because I love learning about new cultures. When you add a reason, your English becomes more powerful. You are not just talking, you are expressing your purpose. Every time you say your dream in English, your brain begins to believe it. That is why this practice is so important. When you talk about your goals in another language, you make them stronger. You train your mind to imagine them clearly, and imagination is the first step to action. Now say your answer again, but this time with more detail and emotion. Describe how it would feel to achieve it. You can say, I want to learn English and speak fluently. I imagine myself talking with confidence, meeting people from other countries, and understanding movies without subtitles. Or you can say, I want to save money and buy a car. I can see myself driving it, feeling proud because I worked hard for it. When you describe the dream with feeling, it becomes real. Remember that progress takes time, but every small step you take brings you closer. You do not have to do everything in one day. You just have to keep moving forward. Speak your dream every morning. Write it down. Say it in English again and again until it feels like a part of you. This year is your year. The year you believe in yourself more than ever before. The year you stop doubting and start doing. The year you stop waiting for the perfect moment and start creating it. And every time you speak your dream in English, you make it one step closer to reality. So take a breath and say it once more. What do you want to do this year? Say it with belief, because the moment you speak it, the journey begins. Chapter 10. What do you like to do on rainy days? Rainy days are special. The world slows down. The air feels cool and fresh, and every sound becomes softer. Some people feel lazy when it rains. Others feel peaceful. Some want to sleep, some want to read, and some just like to sit near the window and watch the raindrops fall. Today we will talk about that feeling. What do you like to do on rainy days? Say it slowly. What do you like to do on rainy days? This question helps you use English to describe your emotions and small moments of comfort. Let me start with a short answer. I like to stay home. Simple, but it already paints a picture. Now let us make it a little longer. I like to stay home and drink tea when it rains. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Now let us make it sound more real. When it rains, I like to stay home. I sit near the window and watch the rain fall. I listen to the sound of the drops hitting the ground. Sometimes, I drink tea or coffee and listen to calm music. It makes me feel safe and happy. That is a complete story, full of peace, written with simple English. Now it is your turn. What do you like to do on rainy days? Think for a second. Do you like walking in the rain, or staying in bed and sleeping? Maybe you like to watch movies, or cook something warm. Whatever you enjoy, say it out loud. Speak slowly and clearly. You can start by saying, I like to, and finish your sentence. Do not worry if it is short. Every word you speak is a small success. Every sentence you build gives your mind more confidence. Now let us make your answer a little deeper. Add a reason. Tell why you like it. You could say, I like sleeping when it rains because the sound helps me relax. Or, I like watching movies when it rains because it feels cozy. Or maybe, I like walking in the rain because it makes me feel free. When you tell the reason, your sentence becomes more interesting. You are not only talking about action, but emotion. That is how English becomes natural. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your favorite rainy day. You are sitting near the window, maybe holding a warm cup of tea. You can hear the soft sound of rain on the roof. The air smells fresh and clean. You feel calm, peaceful, and safe. Now describe that feeling in English. You can say, I like rainy days because they make me feel calm. Or, I like to read books when it rains because the world feels quiet. Feel how easy and beautiful that sounds. You are not just saying sentences, you are painting pictures with words. When you speak about moments like these, your English becomes emotional and personal. You are not memorizing rules, you are living the language. You are learning how to connect your feelings with your words. This is how true fluency begins. Say your answer again, but this time make it longer. Speak about what you do before the rain, during the rain, and after it. Maybe you say, I like to watch the rain and listen to soft music. Then, I make tea and write in my journal. After the rain stops, I go for a walk and breathe the fresh air. When you describe it step by step, you sound natural, just like a native speaker. Rainy days teach us to slow down. They remind us to enjoy quiet moments. They help us think, rest, and dream. And when you speak about them in English, you are doing something even more beautiful. You are learning to express peace in another language. So next time it rains, do not just listen. Speak. Describe what you see, what you feel, what you love about that moment. Speak softly, slowly, and clearly. Because even the sound of your voice on a rainy day is part of your learning journey. Every drop, every word, every thought becomes a step closer to the English speaker you are becoming. Well done, my friend. You spoke real English today. You listened, repeated, and used your own voice. Maybe your answers were short, maybe you paused a lot, but that's how learning works. Every time you speak, you get better. Every sentence you say builds your confidence. Remember, you don't need big words to speak English. You just need your real words and your real feelings. The more you use English, the more it becomes a part of you. Keep asking yourself these questions every day. Keep speaking, even when no one is watching. That is how fluency grows. Thank you for practicing with me today. You are doing amazing. If you enjoyed this lesson, tell me in the comments which question was your favorite. And do not forget to subscribe and join our Bookish English family. Until next time, keep learning, keep practicing, and keep believing in yourself. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Bookish English 2. I'm Ariel, and today I want to tell you something simple but powerful. Many people say English is hard, but I want to show you that English can be easy. Talking in English can be fun, light, and natural. You don't have to be perfect. You just need to start small and keep going. So today, I will share a story with you. It's about how I learned to talk in English so easily. When I was young, I was afraid to speak. My mouth would freeze when I tried to say something in English. I wanted to speak, but no sound came out. I felt shy. I felt small. But one day, something changed. I realized I didn't have to speak perfectly. I just had to speak. One word, two words, then a full sentence. That's how it started. Slowly, my fear became my friend. I started to enjoy the sound of English words. I spoke even when I made mistakes. And that was the key. Speaking with joy, not fear. I remember the first time I spoke to my teacher in English. I said, "Good morning, Esley." She smiled and said, "Good morning, Ariel." That moment was small, but it made me feel big inside. I realized English was not a wall, it was a door. A door to new people, new stories, new worlds. From that day, I decided to open that door again and again. Every time I spoke, the door opened wider. At first, I made many mistakes. My words were broken. My sentences were not perfect. But I kept going. Every word I said made me stronger. I listened to English every day. I listened to songs, short stories, and simple talks. Listening helped me understand how people speak. I noticed their rhythm, their tone, their pauses. I tried to copy them. I repeated what they said. I spoke to myself in the mirror. I said, "Hello, Ariel, how are you?" And I answered, "I am fine, thank you." It felt funny, but it helped. I was teaching my mouth to move in English. I was training my tongue, my lips, my voice. Talking became easier day by day. One morning, I looked in the mirror and said, "I can talk in English." And I smiled because I really could. I started to speak English at school. I talked with my friends. I asked, "What is your name?" or "Where are you from?" And they answered. Sometimes we laughed because I said something funny or wrong, but that was okay. We learned together. Speaking English became a game. The more I played, the better I became. I spoke slowly at first. I didn't rush. I let my words come out like small steps. Step by step, my voice became strong. I remember walking to school, whispering English words to myself. I said, "Sky, blue sky, big tree, small bird." Everything I saw, I said it in English. That small habit changed everything. I was not studying English. I was living in it. The world around me became my classroom. The trees, the roads, the people, they all helped me talk in English. I started to think in English too. At first, it was hard. My brain wanted to translate. I would think in my language first, then in English. But I told myself, no translation, just feel the words. So I began to think small things in English, like, "I'm hungry," or "I'm happy," or "It's a sunny day." The more I did this, the more natural it felt. Thinking in English made speaking so easy. I didn't have to search for words anymore. They just came. I remember sitting by the window one evening. The sun was going down. The world looked quiet. I said to myself softly, "Today was a good day," and I realized something. English was no longer strange. It was my friend. That moment made me smile. I was no longer scared to talk. I started to enjoy English like a song. Each word had its own music. I liked the sound of beautiful, the calm of peace, and the rhythm of together. I spoke these words again and again until they felt like mine. I learned to talk by listening, repeating, and feeling. I didn't study long grammar rules. I didn't try to remember everything. I just talked. Simple words, small steps, big heart. That's how I did it. I remember my first English talk with a foreigner. My hands were shaking. My heart was beating fast. But I smiled and said, "Hi, how are you?" The person smiled back and said, "I'm good. How about you?" That small talk made me so happy. It showed me that I could really connect with people through English. It was not about perfect words. It was about connection. English helped me meet people from other countries. We talked, we laughed, we shared stories. I learned about their lives, they learned about mine. And every time I spoke, I learned a little more about myself. Talking in English made me more confident, more open, and more alive. I found my voice. And now, I want you to find yours too. You can talk in English so easy, you just need to start. Don't wait for the perfect time. The perfect time is now. Start with one word. Say it out loud, feel it. Then say another. Don't be afraid. Your mouth will learn, your brain will learn. You will learn. Talking is not about knowing everything. It's about expressing yourself with what you know. Even if you know 10 words, use them. Talk with them. Build with them. Those small words will grow. Soon, you will have more. I promise, it will happen. Just like a baby learns to speak by trying, you will learn the same way. Step by step, word by word. Every time you speak, you plant a seed. And soon, those seeds will grow into a big, beautiful garden of English. You will speak with confidence and joy. You will smile when you talk. You will feel proud. You will feel free. That's the magic of English. It gives you a new voice. So, my dear friend, start today. Talk to yourself. Talk to your mirror. Talk to the sky. Just talk. Don't wait for perfect grammar. Don't wait for perfect words. Just open your mouth and speak. You can talk in English so easy, you just need to begin. After I started talking in English every day, something amazing happened. My fear started to disappear. I did not feel shy anymore. My heart felt light when I spoke. I made mistakes, but I smiled. I told myself, "It's okay, Ariel, mistakes help you learn." Every time I said a wrong word, I learned a new one. Every time I forgot something, I found a better way to say it. Slowly, my English started to sound natural. I could say what I wanted. I could share my thoughts. I could tell stories. Talking became my favorite way to learn. I remember walking home one day and talking to myself. I said, "Today, I will eat rice. Then, I will watch a movie." It was a small talk, but it helped me think in English. Every little talk made me better. I didn't care if people looked at me. I knew I was growing, and that made me proud. One evening, I went to a small park near my house. There were kids playing and people walking. I sat on a bench and listened to the sounds around me. I heard people talking in my language, and I thought, I wish I could hear English everywhere. Then I smiled and decided to make that happen. I took my phone and played a short English story. I listened with my earphones and repeated the words. I whispered them softly. The air was cool. The sun was orange. It felt peaceful. I was learning while sitting in the park. That's when I realized English can be learned anywhere. You don't need a classroom. You don't need books all the time. You can learn just by living your day in English. When I walked, I named things around me in English. I said, tree, car, road, sky, bird. These small words made my world English. My mind started to live in English. Talking became so easy because English was everywhere with me. I remember once, my neighbor saw me talking to myself and asked, "Are you okay, Ariel?" I laughed and said, "Yes, I'm just talking in English easily." She smiled and said, "You are improving every day." Her words made me happy. It showed me that practice really works. The more you use English, the more it becomes part of you. I learned that talking to yourself is not silly, it's smart. It trains your mouth, your ears, and your brain at the same time. When you talk to yourself, you are never afraid of mistakes. You are free. You can try anything. You can say words again and again until they feel natural. That's how I learned to say sentences easily. I didn't worry about grammar or big words. I focused on speaking simple English that felt real. I said things like, I like this, that's good, let's go, I don't know. These small sentences helped me sound natural. Step by step, my speaking became smooth. I started to talk with my friends in English too. At first, they laughed a little because we all made mistakes. But soon, we started enjoying it. We had fun talking in English. We played small games like describe this thing in English, or say 5 English words in 10 seconds. We laughed, we forgot words, we helped each other. Learning became like playing. I realized English is not just about words. It's about feelings. When you speak, you are sharing your feelings. That's why it's important to relax. Don't worry too much, just express what's in your heart. Even if your sentence is not perfect, people will understand you. They will feel your meaning. One time, I talked to a tourist who visited my city. He asked, "Where is the bus stop?" I smiled and said, "Go straight and turn left." He said, "Thank you," and I felt so happy. It was a short talk, but it showed me that I could really help someone with English. My small English helped someone else. That was a big moment for me. It made me want to speak more. I wanted to talk every day, with everyone. So I did. I talked to my friends, to my family, even to strangers when I could. I started small, but slowly I grew. I began to tell stories in English. I talked about my day, about my dreams, about my future. Talking gave me confidence. I no longer felt afraid to make mistakes. I learned to laugh at them. I remember one funny moment. I wanted to say, I am full after eating, but I said, I am full atalak. Everyone laughed, and I laughed too. It was a funny mistake, and I never forgot the right word after that. That's how mistakes teach us. They make us remember better. So now, when I make a mistake, I smile and move on. I don't stop. You should do the same. Never stop talking just because of a small mistake. Keep your voice alive. Keep your words flowing. Talking is like water. If it stops, it becomes still. But if it keeps moving, it stays fresh. So, keep your English flowing. Talk every day, even for 5 minutes. Talk while cooking, walking, or brushing your teeth. Just talk. Say what you see. Say what you feel. Talk about your plans. Talk about your food. Talk about your dreams. The more you talk, the easier it becomes. I promise you that. One day, you will look back and say, "Wow, I can talk in English so easily." And you will feel proud, because you earned it. You built it with small steps and big heart. Talking is not just learning, it's living. So live in English. Speak with love, speak with joy, speak with courage. That's how you talk in English so easy. As days passed, I started to notice more changes in myself. My English words came faster now. I didn't need to think too much. When I saw something, the English word just came to my mind. When I wanted to say something, the sentence came by itself. It felt like magic, but it was not magic. It was practice. I had trained my brain to think in English. Every day, I gave it a little English food. Songs, stories, small talks, and short videos, all of these became my daily food for learning. My favorite time was at night. Before sleeping, I would whisper English sentences to myself. I said, "Today was a good day," or "Tomorrow will be even better." These simple lines made me calm. They also made me remember English in a natural way. I think that is the secret. If you want to talk easily, make English part of your life. Don't study it only from books. Live it, feel it, hear it, and speak it. English is not just grammar and rules, it's a living language. It breathes with you, it grows with you. I started to enjoy even my mistakes, because they showed me I was learning something new. When I could not remember a word, I tried to describe it. If I forgot the word rain, I said, "Water from the sky." That helped me keep talking. I didn't stop. I learned that talking is not about knowing every word. It's about using the words you know to keep going. When you talk, people don't want you to be perfect. They just want to understand you. So, don't worry if you can't say something perfectly. Just say it your way. That's how you learn. I remember one day my friend asked me, "Ariel, how do you talk so easily in English?" I smiled and said, "Because I talk every day." She laughed and said, "That's your secret?" I said, "Yes, that's it." The secret is no secret, just keep talking. She looked surprised, but it's true. If you talk every day, your fear will go away. Your mouth will learn to move in English. Your brain will start thinking faster. Your voice will get used to the sound. Everything becomes easier with practice. The more you talk, the more your words flow like a river. I also started using English in small things. I changed my phone language to English. I watched cartoons and short videos without subtitles. I read signs in English when I walked outside. These small things made a big difference. I didn't even feel like I was studying. I was just living with English around me. And the more English I heard, the more I wanted to speak. One morning, I woke up and decided to spend the whole day in English. I said to myself, "Let's do it." I spoke English to myself when I brushed my teeth. I said, "Good morning, Ariel. Time to brush your teeth." I laughed, but I kept going. Then I made breakfast and said, "I'm making eggs." I'm hungry. I talked to myself all day. It was fun. At the end of the day, I felt proud. I had spent one full day talking in English. My confidence grew so much. That day, I learned something very important. English becomes easy when you stop waiting for perfect moments. You don't need to wait for someone to talk to. You can practice anytime, anywhere, even alone. I used to walk to school and repeat what I heard in English videos. I copied the voices, the sounds, the way people spoke. I didn't understand everything at first, but I loved the sound. I wanted my English to sound like that. So I listened and repeated. That's how I improved my speaking. I learned that talking in English is not only about words, it's about rhythm, sound, and feeling. When you copy the rhythm of real English, you sound natural. You don't need to worry about every small mistake. Just focus on the flow. English has its own music. Once you feel it, you can speak it easily. I also started to record myself. I recorded small talks every night. I said things like, "My day was nice. I met my friend. We had fun." Then I listened to my voice. At first, I didn't like how I sounded. My voice felt strange to me. But after some time, I started to enjoy listening. I noticed small changes. I was improving. I sounded more confident. My words were clearer. My sentences were smoother. That small habit helped me a lot. When you record yourself, you can hear your mistakes. You can also see your progress. It makes you feel proud. You can say, "Look, I'm getting better." That feeling gives you power to keep going. One evening, I listened to my first recording again after 1 month. I couldn't believe the difference. I sounded so much better. I smiled and said, "Yes, it works." I learned something that night. Practice never fails. When you give time to English, English gives you confidence. It gives you courage. It gives you a new voice. I started to dream in English too. That was a strange and funny moment. I remember one dream where I was talking to someone in English. When I woke up, I laughed. My brain was learning even in my sleep. That's when I knew English was no longer just a subject. It had become a part of me. And that is what I want for you too. I want you to feel English in your heart, not just learn it from your head. Talk with love. Talk with joy. Don't be afraid. Even if your English is small, use it. Your words have power. Your voice matters. When you speak, you grow. You get better every time you open your mouth. So never stop. You can talk in English so easy. Just like me, one day you will realize it's not hard at all. It's just practice, patience, and love for learning. Keep going, my friend. Every word you say brings you one step closer to fluency. And remember, English is not your enemy. It's your friend. Treat it kindly, and it will stay with you forever. After some time, I started to notice how fun English could be. It was no longer a boring subject for me. It was like a friend who stayed with me every day. I talked to it when I was happy, and I talked to it when I was sad. When I felt lonely, I opened my mouth and said something in English. It made me feel better. I began to see that English is not just words and grammar. It is a feeling, a sound, and a way to connect. I watched small videos on my phone every night. Sometimes they were funny. Sometimes they were about animals or travel. I listened carefully and repeated the words. I didn't understand every word, but I kept going. Slowly, my ears got used to the sound. I started catching new words without even trying. One night, I watched a video about a man who learned English by speaking with his mirror. He said he did it every day for 1 year. I smiled because I was doing the same thing. Talking to the mirror helped me a lot. When you speak to yourself in English, there is no fear. The mirror never laughs at you. It only listens. It helps you see your mouth move. It helps you hear your own voice. Every time I looked into the mirror, I saw a better version of myself. I said things like, "You are doing great," or "You can do this." These small words made me strong. They gave me hope. You can do the same. Talk to your mirror. Talk with love and courage. Talk with a smile. When you speak with a smile, your words become soft and beautiful. People like to listen to you more. I also learned to speak with my heart. I stopped trying to sound perfect. I started to speak from my feelings. When you speak from the heart, your English becomes real. People feel your meaning, even if your words are simple. I remember one time my teacher asked, "Ariel, what is your dream?" I said, "My dream is to talk to the world in English." The class went quiet for a second, then everyone clapped. That was the first time I said my dream out loud. It made me feel brave. From that day, I started to practice with more love and purpose. I wanted to share my thoughts, my stories, and my world through English. Every day, I spoke something new. I talked about my school, my family, my food, my plans. I didn't stop. I talked while walking, cooking, or cleaning. I spoke when nobody was listening. I made English my daily song. I learned that when you talk often, your mouth becomes strong and your mind becomes clear. Words start to come naturally. You don't have to push them. They just flow. I used to get stuck in the middle of sentences before. My mind would go blank. But now, it doesn't happen often. Even if I forget a word, I use another one. I don't freeze anymore. I keep talking. That's the trick. Never stop. Keep your flow. The more you speak, the more confident you feel. I also started to record small messages in English for myself. I said things like, "Hello, Ariel. How are you today?" and "Good job. Keep going." Listening to those messages made me smile. It felt like I was talking to my future self. My English voice became my motivation. One day, I played my old recordings from 3 months before. I could not believe how different I sounded. My voice was more clear now. My pronunciation was better. My sentences were longer. I felt proud. I said to myself, "Ariel, you are doing great. Keep talking." I realized that progress happens slowly, but it happens. You just need to keep going. You can't give up because one day you feel shy or tired. You have to speak through your fear. Every time you speak, you win a small battle. That's how you grow. I also joined a small online group. There were people from different countries. We met once a week to talk in English. At first, I was shy. I didn't know what to say, but everyone was kind. They made mistakes too. We laughed together. We learned together. Those talks helped me improve a lot. I realized that everyone is learning. Nobody starts perfect. Everyone begins with fear. But when we share that fear, it becomes smaller. So, if you ever get a chance to talk with others, don't say no. Join them. Talk freely. You will see how much you grow. Talking to real people is one of the best ways to learn. You learn new words. You learn real expressions. You learn how people use their tone and body when they speak. It makes your English come alive. After a few weeks, I was speaking more easily. I didn't need to think about grammar all the time. My words just came out. I could tell stories, ask questions, and even joke a little. That's when I understood something important. Grammar helps, but practice helps more. You can read all the grammar books in the world, but if you never open your mouth, your English will sleep. Talking wakes your English up. So, wake it up every day. Even 5 minutes of speaking is enough. I spoke while walking to the shop. I spoke while washing dishes. I spoke before sleeping. English became part of my every moment. It became part of me. I felt happy, strong, and free. Talking in English was no longer scary. It was joyful. It was my new habit, my new friend. It followed me everywhere, and I welcomed it with a smile. Sometimes people asked me, "Ariel, how did you start speaking English so well?" I always smiled and said, "I just kept talking." They thought I had some secret, but the real secret was simple. I talked every day, even when I didn't feel ready. I spoke small sentences, but I spoke with feeling. I didn't wait for the perfect moment. I created it. You see, the right moment never comes. You must make it. If you wait until you feel perfect, you will wait forever. I learned that it's okay to make mistakes. In fact, mistakes are proof that you are learning. Every time you make one, you learn something new. You learn what works and what doesn't. You learn how to fix it next time. So now, when I make a mistake, I don't feel bad. I smile and keep going. That's how I grow. I remember one day I was talking to an online friend from Japan. We were both learning English. I said, "Yesterday I go to the park." My friend smiled and said, "You mean went to the park?" I laughed and said, Yes, went." We both laughed again. It was funny, but it was also beautiful. I didn't feel shy. I felt connected. That's the magic of learning with others. You correct each other with kindness, and you move forward together. After that, I stopped caring about being perfect. I cared about being understood. I cared about enjoying the talk. English became my bridge to the world. I met people from India, Brazil, Egypt, and Korea. We shared stories about our cultures, foods, and dreams. It was amazing how one language could connect so many hearts. We all came from different places, but English made us feel close. That is when I truly fell in love with the language. It wasn't just grammar or vocabulary, it was emotion, it was connection, it was understanding. That's what makes English alive. When you see it that way, it becomes easy. It becomes part of you. Sometimes, when I walk outside, I describe things in English in my head. I say, the sky is blue. The air feels soft. The birds are singing. I don't do it because I have to. I do it because it feels nice. It keeps my English fresh. It keeps my thoughts moving in another rhythm. I think in two languages now. My language and English. It's a beautiful feeling. It makes me see the world in new colors. One evening, I was sitting near my window watching the sunset. I spoke softly to myself in English. I said, "The sky is painting itself orange. The sun is saying goodbye." Those small lines made me smile. I realized that English had become my way of expressing beauty. It was no longer a task. It was my art. If you want to speak easily, find the beauty in English. Don't see it as hard work. See it as your friend, your tool to share your heart. Every word you speak is a small light. Even if you speak slowly, your light shines. Even if you forget words, your meaning stays. People can feel it. That is what matters most. I also learned that listening helps speaking. Every night, I listened to slow English stories. I didn't just listen for words. I listened for emotion, for tone, for rhythm. I closed my eyes and imagined the speakers' faces. I imagined how their mouths moved. Then I tried to copy them. I repeated after every line. It felt like singing. Slowly, my mouth started to move in the same way. My accent became clearer. My words became smoother. It was not magic. It was practice. I learned to enjoy repeating. It trained my tongue, my brain, and my ears together. I felt my confidence grow every week. Even when I was alone, I kept practicing. I used to talk to my shadow in the morning light. I said things like, "Good morning. How are you today?" It made me laugh, but it also made me confident. Every small talk built my courage. I found peace in these tiny moments of practice. They were my secret lessons. They taught me that progress comes quietly, not loudly. It doesn't shout. It grows inside you like a seed. You don't see it every day, but one morning you wake up and realize you can speak. You can express yourself. You can tell stories. You can connect with people. That is the most beautiful reward. Once, I helped a new student who was scared to speak. She said, "I know the words, but my mouth won't move." I told her, "Your mouth will move when you stop being afraid." Fear freezes your words, but love melts it. She smiled, and from that day, she started talking more. After 1 month, she was speaking better and happier. That moment made me proud. I realized that when you help others learn, you also grow yourself. Teaching is another way of talking. It strengthens your English even more. I began to help more people online. I shared what worked for me. I told them to talk to mirrors, to record voices, to think in English. Many said it helped them too. It felt good to know that my journey could light someone else's path. English became more than a language for me. It became a part of who I am. It became my way of sharing light. Now, whenever I talk in English, I don't worry about mistakes. I just speak. I speak to express, not to impress. I speak to share, not to show. And because of that, speaking feels so easy now. My English flows from my heart, not from my memory. That is why it never stops. If you do the same, your English will flow too. Talk with joy. Talk with courage. Talk with love. Every word you say brings you closer to fluency. And one day you will wake up and realize you are not learning English anymore. You are living it. One morning I woke up and realized something had changed inside me. I was not afraid to speak anymore. English was no longer something outside of me. It was inside me, living and breathing. It had become a part of my voice, my thoughts, my feelings. I felt free. I sat with my cup of tea and started talking softly to myself. I said, "Good morning, world. I am ready for today." My voice sounded calm and confident. That small moment made me smile. I remembered all the days when I used to struggle to say even one full sentence. I remembered how my heart used to beat fast when someone asked me something in English. Those days felt so far away now. I had walked a long way, step by step, word by word. My journey was not quick, but it was beautiful. I realized that learning English is not a race. It is a walk, a gentle, honest walk with yourself. Some days you walk fast, some days slow, but you keep moving. You don't stop. That is how you win. I learned that speaking easily is not about knowing every word. It is about feeling safe inside your own voice. Once you trust your voice, English starts to flow naturally. It becomes like breathing. You don't think about it. You just do it. I used to think that speaking well meant sounding perfect. Now I know that speaking well means sounding real. Real words, real feelings, real you. I stopped copying others and started being myself. I used my own tone, my own rhythm, my own heart. When you speak from your truth, people listen. They don't care about your grammar. They care about your energy. They feel your meaning. That is true communication. I remember one time I met a traveler who didn't speak my language. We spoke in English. It was simple, but it was enough. We laughed, shared stories, and understood each other. That moment showed me how powerful English can be. It connects hearts that would never meet otherwise. It builds bridges where there were walls. It opens doors that were once closed. When I came home that day, I wrote in my notebook, "English is my bridge to the world." And I meant it. Every word I speak takes me somewhere new. Every conversation teaches me something new. That's why I tell everyone, talk every day. Don't wait for a special time. Don't wait to be perfect. Just talk. Talk when you cook. Talk when you walk. Talk when you look in the mirror. Talk to your plants, your pets, your dreams. Every word you speak in English is like watering a small seed. One day, that seed will grow into a beautiful tree. You will stand under it with pride, knowing you grew it with your own voice. I also learned to be kind to myself. There were days when I made many mistakes, days when I forgot simple words, days when my tongue felt heavy. But I didn't give up. I said to myself, "It's okay, Ariel. You are learning." I treated myself like a friend, not an enemy. That kindness gave me strength. You must do the same. Be kind to yourself when you speak. Don't shout at yourself for mistakes. Smile at them. They are your teachers. Without mistakes, you cannot grow. Remember, even native speakers make mistakes. So, don't try to be perfect. Try to be brave. That's what makes your English shine. Over time, I noticed that my thoughts in English became faster. I didn't have to translate from my language anymore. My brain started to think directly in English. That was a big moment for me. It made everything easier. I could reply faster, understand better, and express more clearly. That's the secret goal of speaking practice, to think in English. And it happens only when you talk a lot. Reading helps, listening helps, but talking changes everything. Talking makes the words alive inside you. It gives them a heartbeat. It gives them power. One evening, I went for a walk under the stars. I spoke softly to the night sky in English. I said, "Thank you for everything. Thank you for this voice, this journey, this light." My heart felt warm. I realized that English had not only taught me a language, it had taught me patience, courage, and love. It taught me to believe in myself. It taught me that small steps can make big changes. I smiled at the stars and whispered, "I did it." Maybe you are on your own journey now. Maybe you still feel shy or afraid to speak. But listen to me carefully. You can do it too. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to start. Speak one word today, 2 words tomorrow, 5 words next week. Keep growing slowly. English will meet you where you are. It will grow with you. Don't compare yourself to others. Everyone walks their own path. Walk yours with peace. Talk with courage. Talk with joy. Talk with love. Welcome to my channel Bookish English 2, my friends. Today, I'm going to take you through 5 stories that will change the way you see life forever. These are not fantasy tales. These are real human stories. Simple, powerful, unforgettable. Stories that teach us about love, sacrifice, greed, kindness, money, and the strange way fate plays with us. Each story hides a mirror. One will make you cry. One will make you laugh. One will make you think about your own choices. You'll see poor people who are richer than millionaires, clever men who lose to their own lies, and hearts that break just before they wake. Stay with me till the end, because every story is a lesson, and the last one will leave you silent, staring at your own heart. Tell me in the comments right now, do you believe life rewards goodness or cleverness? My friend Adam will read the stories for you.
Chapter 1 The Gift of the Magi. It was winter in New York City. The year was 1905. The streets were full of lights, carriages, and people moving fast through the cold air. Expensive stores showed beautiful gifts behind glass windows. Shiny watches, long gold chains, dresses, and hats waited for rich people to buy them. But in a small street, Behind an old wooden door lived a young couple who didn't have much money but had something more precious than all those golden things. They had love. Her name was Della, and his name was Jim. They lived in a tiny apartment that cost only $8 a week. It had 2 small rooms, 1 table, 2 chairs, and no special decorations. There were no pictures on the wall, no flowers on the table, only the feeling of love that made the home warm even in the coldest days. Jim worked long hours in an office for $20 a week. Every evening he came home tired, but the moment he opened the door and saw Della's smile, his tiredness disappeared. They didn't have much, but they had each other, and that was enough. Now it was the day before Christmas. Della sat near the window counting her money. $1, $2, then some coins. Altogether she had $1.87. She counted it again and again. She wanted to buy a Christmas gift for Jim, something special that could show her love, something that could tell him, "You are everything to me." But how could she buy a good gift with so little money? Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at the few coins in her hand. She walked across the small room and looked into the mirror. Her reflection looked sad. Her long brown hair fell over her shoulders like a river of gold. It was her pride, her beauty, the one thing she loved about herself. Jim always said, "I love to see your hair in the morning sunlight. When I am tired at work, I think of your hair and I feel alive again." Della smiled sadly. Then she looked at the small table where Jim's old watch usually lay. That gold watch was his treasure. It had belonged to his father and before that to his grandfather. It was not a new watch, but it was full of memories. Della suddenly stood up. Her eyes were full of a new idea. She put on her thin old coat and her small hat. She took her purse and ran out into the street. The wind was cold and the snow touched her face, but she didn't stop. She walked quickly to Mrs. Sofronie's hair store. Mrs. Sofronie was an old woman who bought women's hair and made wigs from it. When Della entered, Mrs. Sofronie looked at her. "Will you buy my hair?" Della asked softly. "I can give you $20, Mrs. Sofronie said, touching Della's long hair. "Please take it quickly," Della replied. She tried to be brave. In a few minutes, Della's beautiful hair was gone. She looked strange, almost like a little girl. She didn't want to see her reflection, but in her hand was $20, and her heart was beating fast. She ran through the streets again, looking in every store window. She wanted the perfect gift for Jim. She looked at scarves, gloves, and books, but nothing felt right. Then she saw it in one small shop window, a simple but beautiful gold chain for a pocket watch. It was strong and elegant, just like Jim. "How much?" she asked the shopkeeper. $21, he said. Della smiled. "It's perfect." She paid all her money, $21, and left with $1 in change. Her hair was gone, but her heart felt light. She imagined Jim's smile when he saw the chain. She could almost hear him saying, "Della, this is exactly what I wanted." When she returned home, she looked at herself in the mirror again. Her short hair made her look funny. "Will Jim still think I'm beautiful?" she whispered. Then she smiled to herself. "I did it for love. That's all that matters." She prepared dinner, cleaned the small table, and waited for Jim to come home. Her heart was beating faster with every sound in the hallway. At 7 o'clock, Jim opened the door. He looked tired as usual, wearing his old coat and shoes, but when his eyes saw Della, he stopped. He didn't say a word. He just looked at her, at her short hair, her changed face, her nervous smile. Della ran to him and said, "Jim, please don't look at me like that. My hair will grow again. I cut it because I wanted to buy you a Christmas gift. Let's forget about my hair. Let's be happy. It's Christmas tomorrow." Jim didn't speak. Slowly he put something from his pocket onto the table. It was a small box. He smiled quietly and said, "Della, before you open this, I want to say that no haircut could ever make me love you less. You are still the most beautiful woman in the world to me." Della opened the box, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. Inside were two beautiful, expensive combs, the same combs she had looked at many times through a shop window on 5th Street, combs with shining jewels that she had always dreamed of wearing in her long hair. Tears came into her eyes. She touched the combs and laughed softly. "Oh, Jim, they are so beautiful, but my hair is gone." Then she smiled bravely. "Wait, I have something for you too." She gave him the small box with the golden chain inside. "Now your watch will have a home, Jim," she said happily. But Jim didn't open his watch. He smiled and sat down quietly. "Della," he said, "let's put our gifts away for a while. I sold my watch today to buy you these combs." For a moment there was silence. The little room was full of love and sadness together. They looked at each other and then both started laughing. They had given away their most precious things, and yet they felt richer than ever before. Della's eyes were full of tears, but her heart was full of light. Jim took her hand and said softly, "We are the luckiest people in the world, Della, because we gave out of love." That night they sat together eating simple food, but their hearts were warm. Outside the city was cold and busy. People were buying gifts, spending money, showing off their clothes, but in that small apartment, two people who had almost nothing had discovered something greater, the real meaning of giving. Love is not measured by price. It is measured by how much you are willing to sacrifice for someone else. Della lost her hair, Jim lost his watch, but both gained something that never fades, the joy of true love. If you think deeply, this story teaches us a beautiful truth. Many people want to give big gifts, expensive gifts, gifts that look shiny, but the greatest gifts come from the heart. Della didn't buy something to impress Jim. She wanted to make him happy. And Jim didn't buy something to show wealth. He wanted to make her smile. That is real love, love that gives without asking anything in return. Imagine for a moment if everyone in the world gave like Della and Jim. Imagine friends, families, lovers, even strangers giving with kindness, not for reward but from love. The world would be brighter. Every street would feel like Christmas. When you learn English through stories like this, you also learn about life. You see emotions, choices, and values. You understand how words like love, gift, sacrifice, care, and smile are not just vocabulary, they are pieces of human experience. Della and Jim are not heroes from a fantasy. They are ordinary people, just like us. They struggle, they work hard, they worry about money, but they show that even the poorest people can be rich in heart. Sometimes we think happiness comes from success, big houses, or fame, but happiness often lives quietly in small rooms between two people who love each other sincerely. The next morning, when Christmas arrived, the sun entered through the small window of their apartment. Della looked at her short hair in the mirror and smiled. Jim looked at his watch chain on the table and laughed softly. Both knew they didn't lose anything. They had given and received love. That was their real Christmas gift. Every time you think about giving, remember Della and Jim. Sometimes we give money, sometimes we give time, sometimes we give words of comfort. All gifts are beautiful when they come from the heart. Life often tests us. It takes something away to give something better. Della lost her hair, but she gained deeper love. Jim lost his watch, but he gained a greater understanding of what it means to care. That is why this story, written more than 100 years ago, still touches hearts today, because it speaks a language everyone understands, the language of love. Maybe you too have someone you love deeply. Maybe you want to show your care but feel you don't have enough money or things to give. Remember, your love, your time, your kindness are the most valuable gifts. Even a smile or a word of encouragement can be magic. And just like Della and Jim, when you give with love, you always receive something back, even if it's not in money. You receive peace, connection, and happiness. So when you finish this story, think about your own life. Think about the people who love you and the ones you love. What can you give them today, not from your pocket but from your heart? Maybe it's saying thank you. Maybe it's helping them. Maybe it's listening. The story of the gift of the Magi is not just about a couple in 1905. It's about you, me, and everyone who has ever loved someone truly. They were called the Magi because in the Bible, the Magi were wise men who brought gifts to baby Jesus. But O. Henry, the writer, wanted us to see that wisdom is not in gold or silver, it's in understanding love. Della and Jim were poor, but they were the wisest givers. And maybe, when you finish watching this video, you'll remember this story when you buy a gift, when you help someone, or when you love, because true gifts are not bought, they are felt. Chapter 2. The Art Game. The story begins one quiet morning in Pittsburgh, a big city full of new money, tall chimneys, and people dreaming of success. The year is early in the 20th century when steel and business made many people rich overnight. The streets were noisy with the sound of wagons, horses, and men talking about money. Some people worked hard to earn it. Others looked for clever ways to get it. In one small hotel room, two friends sat near a window, thinking about the same thing: how to make money. Their names were Andy Tucker and Jeff Peters. Both were not bad men. They were not thieves with guns or dangerous hearts. They were clever talkers, always thinking, always planning. They liked to play tricks, but they also liked to believe that their tricks were fair. To them, life was a game, and in this game, brains were more important than luck. On that morning, Jeff was reading a newspaper while Andy walked up and down the room, full of energy. Andy stopped suddenly and said, "Jeff, my friend, we aren't making any money these days. Let's try a new game." Jeff looked up and said slowly, "Well, Andy, tell me your plan. But remember one thing. I don't want to take money from good people. I don't want to hurt anyone." Andy smiled and said, "We aren't going to take money from anyone. They will buy things from us. Fair and square." Jeff put the newspaper down and said, "That sounds like our old game. What's new this time?" Andy sat on the bed, eyes shining. "This time we are going to play a child's game, but with rich people. We will move to Pittsburgh. There are new millionaires there, men with shiny shoes and no sense of art. They have money, but not wisdom. They worked for years in factories, and now they want to buy beautiful things to look like gentlemen. We can help them." Jeff looked at Andy with surprise. "Why Pittsburgh?" Andy answered, "Because those millionaires have new money. Old money knows too much. New money wants to show off. We can find a man who wants to look like a cultured gentleman. He will pay anything to own something rare and beautiful." Jeff shook his head slowly but smiled. "You always have ideas, Andy. What will we sell him?" Andy stood up proudly. "You'll see. Let's get to work." 3 days later, the two men were sitting again in the same hotel room. Andy had been busy walking around the city, visiting cafes, talking to people. He came in that evening looking excited. "Jeff, I found him," he said. "I met a millionaire." Jeff laughed. "Where did you meet a millionaire? At the bank?" Andy shook his head. "No, at a small coffee shop on 12th Street. These new rich people don't like fancy places. They go where they feel simple and free. His name is Mr. Scudder. He has $12 million in the bank. But he is still new to the world of gentlemen. He wants to learn about books, music, and art. He told me he wants to become a man of culture." Jeff smiled kindly. "And how do you plan to help him?" Andy looked clever. By selling him something beautiful, something he thinks is rare, something with a story. He has many expensive paintings in his house, but there's one thing he loves most: a small gold horse from Egypt. He says it's more than 2,000 years old. It's his treasure. And here's the key. He believes there's another one like it somewhere in the world, the twin of his horse. He has been searching for it for years but can't find it." Jeff frowned. "But Andy, how will we find another gold horse from Egypt? We are not art experts." Andy laughed softly. "My friend, don't worry about that. Wait and see." The next afternoon, Andy came back to the hotel carrying a brown paper bag. He closed the door and looked around to make sure no one was watching. "Jeff, look at this," he whispered. Jeff opened the bag and gasped. Inside was a small, shining gold horse. It looked old, with tiny carvings and strange letters on its body. "Andy," Jeff said in shock, "is this real? Where did you get it?" Andy said calmly, "I found it in a small antique store near here. It was lying under some dusty old boxes. The old man who owned the shop didn't know its value. He wanted $35. I gave him $25 and brought it here." Jeff looked again at the golden horse. "It looks exactly like the one Mr. Scudder has." Andy smiled slowly. "Exactly, my friend. And that's the magic. Mr. Scudder believes there are two horses. He already has one. He'll think this is the missing twin, and you, my dear Jeff, will sell it to him." "Me?" Jeff asked. "Why me?" "Because you have a kind face and a soft voice. You look like a teacher, not a trickster. You will tell him that you are an art expert from New York, and you just found this piece. You want to sell it to a collector. He will come running." Jeff didn't like the idea. "Andy, I told you. I don't want to cheat anyone." Andy patted his shoulder. "We're not cheating him. He's buying what he already loves. He'll be happy. You'll see." That evening, Jeff called Mr. Scudder. "Good evening, sir. My name is Peters. I'm an art teacher and collector. I have a small Egyptian statue that looks exactly like the one in your collection. Perhaps we should meet." Scudder's voice on the other end was full of excitement. "Really? You have it? The other golden horse? I must see it. I'll come at once." Within an hour, Mr. Scudder arrived at their hotel. He was tall, proud, and looked nervous, like a child meeting his dream. When Jeff showed him the golden horse, Scudder's face lit up. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "It's the twin of my horse. Look, even the tiny marks are the same. I can't believe this." Jeff smiled politely. "Yes, sir. I knew you had the other one. I thought you might like to have both. I was thinking of selling it to my art school, but maybe it belongs with you." Scudder looked at him quickly. "No, no. I must have it. I'll pay you $2,500. Jeff pretended to hesitate. "It's worth much more, sir, but if it makes you happy, I'll accept." Mr. Scudder took out his checkbook with shaking hands and wrote the amount. He thanked Jeff again and again. "Now I'll have both horses in my house, together at last." After he left, Jeff ran to Andy's room. "He bought it, Andy. He was so happy he almost cried. Here's the money." Andy checked his watch and said calmly, "Good. Let's catch the 10:45 train to Cincinnati." Jeff looked confused. Why leave now? Everything went perfectly. He has his 2 horses, and we have the money. Andy smiled a strange smile. "He doesn't have 2 horses, Jeff. He still has 1. Jeff froze. "What do you mean?" Andy sat back and laughed quietly. "When I went to his house yesterday, he showed me his golden horse. While he was talking, I slipped it into my pocket. The one we sold him was his own horse." Jeff stared at him in shock. "Andy, you stole from him?" Andy said calmly, "Yes, but listen. We didn't take his money unfairly. We gave him what he wanted. He believed he bought the missing horse. He's happy. We're happy. Everyone wins." Jeff shook his head. "Andy, that's not right." Andy stood up and started packing. "Right or wrong, my friend, the train leaves in an hour." They left the city that night, carrying $2,500 in their bag. Mr. Scudder was sleeping peacefully in his grand house, dreaming about his 2 golden horses. In the morning, when he looked at his collection, he would still see 1 horse and believe the other was safe somewhere in the city. This is how life plays strange games. Some people use their brains to create beauty, others to create tricks. Andy believed he was smart, and maybe he was. But smartness without honesty is a dangerous thing. When you read this story, you understand how greed works. Mr. Scudder had more money than he could ever spend, yet he wanted more. More beauty, more fame, more satisfaction. Andy and Jeff saw that hunger and used it. In the end, both sides were fooled by the same thing: desire. If you think deeply, every person in this story wanted something. Andy wanted quick money. Jeff wanted to believe he was honest. Scudder wanted to look rich in taste and culture. All of them were searching for something outside themselves, and that's why they lost the game of truth. In life, we often see people like that. They chase things because they think owning more will make them more important. But real value never comes from gold or art. It comes from honesty, from peace in your heart, from sleeping at night knowing you hurt no one. Maybe you too have seen people who try to look better than they are. They wear expensive things, speak fancy words, and act superior. But inside, they are afraid someone will discover their emptiness. That fear makes them easy to fool. And that is the lesson in this story. Greed and pride open the door for trickery. Andy Tucker and Jeff Peters were not evil. They were reflections of human cleverness without conscience. They used words like tools and made plans like artists. But what they never learned was that wisdom without kindness is like a ship without a compass. It can sail fast, but it never knows where to go. If you ever feel tempted to trick someone, remember Mr. Scudder and Andy. Remember how easily happiness can turn into shame. When you choose honesty, maybe you earn less, but you sleep better. And when you earn money with kindness, it lasts longer in your heart. The story of the art game shows that money can buy art, but it cannot buy class. It can buy a golden horse, but not real happiness. It can buy silence, but not peace. And that, my friends, is what makes this story so real. It's not just about two clever men. It's about every person who has ever stood between greed and goodness. The question is always the same. Which side will you choose? Chapter 3: The Troubadour. It was a long, hot summer afternoon in Texas. The wind carried dust across the wide, empty fields. The sky looked endless and blue. Cows stood still under small trees, trying to hide from the sun. On one of these lonely roads, a man was riding his horse slowly. His name was Sam Galloway. He was a troubadour, a traveling musician and storyteller, who moved from one ranch to another. He had no home of his own, but he had a gift. Wherever he went, he brought laughter, stories, and songs. People gave him food, a bed, and friendship in return. For weeks, Sam had been traveling through Texas and Oklahoma, singing songs for ranchers and cowboys. They liked him because he listened to their problems and made them forget their worries for a while. He sang about love, courage, and life under the open sky. He carried his guitar and an old hat, and everywhere he went, people called him Sam the Troubadour. That day, Sam was leaving a big ranch called the Merry-Do Ranch. The Merry-Do family was kind and rich. There were always visitors, laughter, and music in their house. But Sam wanted something quieter now. He missed peace. He wanted to stay in a place where the nights were silent and the stars looked close. So he packed his small bag, tied his guitar to his horse, and rode toward a new place. By evening he reached a small sheep ranch owned by Mr. Peter Ellison, an old man who worked hard all his life. The fence around the ranch was broken in many places. The house was small and the field was dry, but there was kindness in the old man's eyes. "Good evening, stranger," Mr. Ellison said when Sam arrived. "You look tired. Come inside and have some supper." Sam smiled. "Thank you, sir. I'm a troubadour. I sing and tell stories. I can play for your men tonight if you give me a place to sleep." Mr. Ellison laughed softly. "A singer is always welcome here. Come in. My men will enjoy your stories." That night the ranch was full of joy. Sam sang songs about faraway cities, brave cowboys, and faithful love. The workers listened with open hearts. The old man sat near the fire, his face calm for the first time in many weeks. When the music stopped, he said, "You have a gift, Sam. You make old people like me forget our troubles for a while." Sam smiled and replied, "That's what songs are for, sir, to make the heart lighter." Days turned into weeks. Sam stayed longer than he planned because he liked Mr. Ellison's company. Every evening after work, they sat together. Sam played soft tunes on his guitar, and the old man listened quietly. Sometimes he would close his eyes and smile. But not everything was peaceful in Mr. Ellison's world. He had problems with his land and his sheep. The fields were dry, and he owed money to the bank. The price of wool had fallen. Some of his men wanted to leave. He tried not to show his sadness, but Sam noticed it in his eyes. One morning the old man rode out to check his sheep. The sun was high and the air was heavy with heat. On the road he saw another rider coming from the opposite side, a tall young man on a fine horse, wearing a white hat and clean boots. The man stopped in front of him and said coldly, "Good morning. Are you Peter Ellison?" "Yes, I am," said the old man. "And who might you be?" "My name is James King," the young man said. "People call me King James. These are my lands, and I don't want your sheep here. You have 1 week to move them. If you don't, they'll be dead sheep." The old man tried to explain, "But Mr. King, I didn't know this was your land. I don't have another place for them. Please, give me some time." "You have 7 days," King James said firmly. "No more." Then he turned his horse and rode away without another word. Mr. Ellison watched him disappear in the dust. His hands were shaking. He was a proud man, but now he felt small. He went home that evening looking tired and broken. At dinner, Sam saw his sadness. "You look worried tonight, sir. What's wrong?" he asked. Mr. Ellison sighed. "A rich man named King James says my sheep are on his land. He gave me 1 week to move them, but I have nowhere else to go. I can't fight him. He's powerful and cruel." Sam put down his guitar. "I've heard that name before. People talk about him everywhere in Texas. He owns land, banks, and cattle. He's not kind, sir. Maybe it's better not to fight him." The old man smiled weakly. "I don't plan to fight anyone, Sam. I'll think of something. For now, play me some music. Maybe it will help me forget." That night, Sam sang quietly, but his heart was not peaceful. He felt anger toward this man called King James. He couldn't understand how someone with so much could hurt someone with so little. He looked at the old man's tired face and felt protective. The next morning, Mr. Ellison rode to town to talk to the banker and some other ranchers. He wanted to find help, but no one could do much. Everyone was afraid of King James. By the afternoon, Mr. Ellison returned home feeling defeated. Later that day, he went back to the field again, hoping to speak with King James one more time. The young man was already there, waiting. This time his face was softer. "Mr. Ellison," he said, "I want to talk to you. Please listen to my story." The old man looked surprised. "All right, go ahead." King James looked into the distance for a moment and then began. "You are from Jackson, Mississippi, right?" "Yes," the old man said slowly. "I lived there many years ago." "Do you know a woman named Caroline Reeves?" Mr. Ellison's eyes filled with emotion. "Yes, she was my sister. She passed away years ago." King James nodded gently. "Then I must tell you something important. When I was 15 years old, I was alone in Jackson. I had no family, no food, no money. Your sister saw me on the street one winter day. She took me into her house. She fed me, gave me clothes, and found me a job at the hotel. Every Sunday she invited me to her home. She treated me like her own son. Because of her kindness, I was able to save money and start a small business. Years passed. I moved to Texas, bought land, and became rich. But I never forgot her kindness. She gave me a gold watch and said, 'James, remember to help others when you can.' And now I find her brother standing before me." The young man smiled softly. "Mr. Ellison, I owe everything to your sister. You don't have to move your sheep. Keep them here as long as you want, and if you need money, I will help you. I'll put $2,000 in your bank tomorrow morning. Go to the store, buy what you need. I'll speak to the storekeeper myself. You don't have to worry any more." The old man's eyes filled with tears. "I don't know what to say, son. You're a good man. My sister would be proud of you." King James shook his hand firmly. "I'm only repaying a debt of kindness, sir." As the young man rode away, Mr. Ellison felt light for the first time in months. His problems were over. He smiled all the way back to the ranch. He wanted to tell Sam the good news. But when he entered the house, Sam was not there. His guitar was gone. The old man waited for hours, but Sam didn't return. It was late evening when the door finally opened. Sam walked in, his clothes covered in dust. His face looked serious. "Where were you, Sam?" the old man asked. "You're very late tonight." Sam didn't smile. He sat down at the table quietly. "Mr. Ellison, I went to the town of Frio today. I looked for King James." The old man frowned. "Why would you do that?" Sam looked straight at him. "Because I wanted to protect you. I took your big knife with me. I found him in a hotel behind the theater. He saw me coming. His hand went to his gun, but I was faster. You don't need to worry about him any more." Mr. Ellison's face turned pale. "Sam, what do you mean?" Sam spoke slowly. "He's dead." The room went silent. The old man's hands began to shake. For a moment he couldn't speak. Then he said softly, "Sam, you don't understand. That man came to me today. He wasn't my enemy. He was my sister's friend. He came to help me." Sam's eyes widened. His lips trembled. The truth hit him like a storm. He had killed the man who came with kindness. He had acted out of love, but without knowledge. Mr. Ellison looked away, his voice trembling. "I can't understand things this evening. Maybe tomorrow I will. Play some music, Sam. Maybe it will help us both." Sam took his guitar, but his hands could not move. The strings were silent. The music that had once brought joy now felt like a heavy weight. Outside, the wind blew across the empty fields. The stars came out one by one, shining coldly above the Texas sky. Inside that small house, two men sat in silence, one heartbroken by guilt, the other by grief. The story of Sam Galloway and Mr. Ellison is not about evil. It is about good hearts that act too quickly. Sam wanted to protect a friend. He wanted to fight for kindness. But in his hurry, he never asked the full story. His good intention turned into tragedy. Sometimes in life, we also act before understanding. We think we are helping, but we hurt. We think we are protecting, but we destroy. The world doesn't always need fast actions. Sometimes it needs listening. Sometimes it needs patience. This story reminds us that love without wisdom can become danger. It shows us that sometimes silence is stronger than violence, and understanding is stronger than bravery. When you finish listening to this, take a moment to think. Have you ever judged someone before hearing their side? Have you ever fought for someone without knowing the whole truth? Remember, Sam. Remember how one mistake changed everything. Good intentions are powerful, but they must walk with wisdom. A kind heart is beautiful, but it needs eyes that see clearly. And in that lonely Texas night, as the stars watched, the troubadour finally learned his hardest lesson. Music can heal others, but it cannot heal regret. Chapter 4. Money Talks. It was a quiet morning on Park Street, one of the most beautiful streets in New York. The air smelled of flowers from the gardens behind tall iron gates. Big houses stood proudly side by side, each one larger than the other, each one showing its owner's success. At number 24 lived an old man named Mr. Anthony Rockwall. He was one of those men who worked all his life, starting with nothing and ending with everything. He owned a soap company, and his soap had made him rich. His name was known in every part of the city. He was old now, his hair white and his steps slow, but his spirit was strong. He liked to sit in his big chair near the window and look at the busy world outside. That morning Mr. Rockwall called out loudly, "Richard, come here, my boy. I want to talk to you." His son, Richard Rockwall, came in from the next room. He was 21, tall and handsome, but quiet and serious. He looked like a man who thought deeply about things. "Yes, father," he said, sitting down beside him. Mr. Rockwall smiled proudly. "Richard, look at this house, look at this street. Do you know what all this means?" Richard waited quietly. The old man continued, "It means money, my boy. It means success. It means power. I worked hard for it, and now you have it. These men who live around us are gentlemen. They come from good families, but they are not better than us. We may not have old family names, but we have money. And money, my son, can open every door in the world." Richard smiled softly. "It can open some doors, father, but not every door." The old man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, not every door? Money can do anything. It can make people listen to you. It can make people respect you. It can even make them love you." Richard shook his head gently. "No, father. It can't buy love or kindness. It can't make someone truly care about you." Mr. Rockwall laughed. "You're young, my boy. When you're older, you'll understand that love is easier to find when you have a full wallet." Richard didn't argue. He knew his father's mind was made of experience, but also pride. After a moment of silence, the old man leaned forward. "Tell me the truth, son. Something is troubling you. What is it? You don't look happy these days." Richard looked down and spoke softly. "It's a woman, father." "Aha!" said Mr. Rockwall, smiling. "I knew it. There is always a woman. Tell me about her." "Her name is Ellen Lantry," Richard said. "She is the most beautiful woman I have ever met. She's kind, intelligent, and full of grace. I've been in love with her for months." The old man nodded. "Then tell her, my boy. Tell her how you feel. Dance with her. Walk with her. Buy her flowers. Money can help you show your heart." Richard sighed. "That's the problem, father. I don't get the chance to talk to her alone. She's always surrounded by people. Her parents are rich and busy. They go to parties, theaters, and dinners. She's leaving for Europe tomorrow morning by ship, and she'll stay there for 2 years. Tonight I'm taking her to the theater, but it's a short drive. I won't have enough time to tell her everything." The old man listened carefully. "So, you love her, but you have no time to speak your heart. Is that right?" Richard nodded. "Yes, father. I can't buy time. Even your money can't do that." Mr. Rockwall leaned back in his chair and smiled mysteriously. "Don't be so sure, my boy. Money can't buy time, but it can sometimes stop it." Richard looked confused. "What do you mean?" The old man didn't answer. He waved his hand. "Leave that to me. You just get ready for your evening. Take Miss Lantry to the theater. Be calm and speak honestly." That evening, the city lights began to glow. The streets were full of carriages and automobiles. People in elegant clothes hurried to restaurants and theaters. At 8 o'clock, Richard arrived at Miss Lantry's house. She came out wearing a white dress that sparkled under the lamps. Her parents waved goodbye from the porch as she stepped into the car. "Good evening, Richard," she said with a smile. "It's such a beautiful night for the theater." "Yes, it is," he said softly, trying to hide his nervousness. The car started moving through the streets. To Wallach's Theater, Richard told the driver. The city looked alive, full of color and sound. For a few minutes they talked about music and the play they were going to see. Richard kept glancing at her, wanting to say what was in his heart but afraid to begin. Then, suddenly, the car stopped. There was a loud noise outside. The driver looked back and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Rockwall. We can't move. There are carriages and cars everywhere. It's a traffic jam." "How bad is it?" Richard asked. "Completely blocked, sir. We can't go forward or backward." Ellen looked out the window. "Oh no. Are we going to be late?" Richard smiled nervously. "It looks like it." Minutes passed. The noise of horns and shouting filled the air. The cars didn't move at all. People leaned out of windows to complain, but inside the car, something beautiful began to happen. Ellen laughed softly. Well, we can't fight the city, can we? I don't like theater that much anyway. I'm happy to stay here and talk. Her words made Richard's heart race. He smiled. Are you sure? Yes, she said, her eyes gentle. Tell me about yourself, Richard. I've always wanted to know what kind of man you are. For the first time they spoke freely. Richard told her about his dreams, his childhood, his hopes for the future. Ellen listened with interest. She told him about her travels, her love for music, and her wish to find someone honest and kind. The hours passed quietly while the cars outside stood still. Finally, Richard found his courage. Ellen, he said softly, I didn't want this evening to end without telling you something important. I love you. I have loved you for a long time. She looked surprised, then smiled. I'm glad you said that, Richard. I've felt the same. I didn't know you cared. Richard couldn't believe his ears. The traffic jam had given him the gift of time. The noise around them disappeared. All he could hear was her voice. They talked until the streets slowly began to move again. When the car finally reached the theater, it was too late for the show, but neither of them cared. They had already found something more beautiful than a play. That night, when Richard returned home, his face was glowing with happiness. He ran into his father's room. The old man was sitting in his chair reading the newspaper. Father, Richard said joyfully, Ellen loves me. We are going to be together. It was perfect. We never made it to the theater because of the traffic, but it gave us hours to talk. We found each other. Mr. Rockwall folded his newspaper slowly. I'm very happy for you, son. Richard laughed. You see, Father, you were wrong. Money can't buy love. It just happened. It was fate. The old man smiled quietly. Fate, yes, but fate sometimes needs a little help. Richard didn't understand, but he was too happy to ask. He said good night and went to his room. The next morning at 7 o'clock there was a knock on the door. A man named Mr. Kelly wearing a worker's cap stood there. Good morning, Mr. Rockwall, he said respectfully. I came for my pay. Ah, yes, Mr. Kelly, the old man said, counting out money. Here's your $5,000. Mr. Kelly nodded. It was a difficult job, sir. The drivers wanted $10 each, and the policemen wanted $50. But I managed to stop every car on 34th Street exactly as you asked. For 2 hours the whole road was blocked. Your son's car didn't move an inch. I hope everything went well? Mr. Rockwall smiled. Yes, Kelly, everything went perfectly. You can go now. When the man left, the old man poured himself a cup of coffee and looked out the window. The sun was shining, the city was awake, and his heart felt peaceful. He whispered to himself, Love and money, they are enemies, but sometimes they shake hands. That is how a father used his wealth not to buy love, but to buy time. Time for his son to speak his heart. Time for two young people to understand each other. This story shows a side of life that is both funny and wise. Money cannot buy emotions, but it can create the chance for emotions to grow. Without that blocked street, without that quiet moment inside the car, Richard might never have spoken. Love sometimes needs a pause, and in this story, that pause was made by money. Still, the truth remains the same. Money can make roads stop, but it cannot make hearts open. Only honesty can do that. Mr. Rockwall's money created a moment, but Richard's words made it real. If you look closely, you can see two generations in this story, one that believes in power and one that believes in feeling. The father used money to control life. The son used words to open his heart. Both were right in their own way. Maybe that's how the world works. Some things can be fixed by money, like traffic or problems at work, But other things, like love, kindness, and peace, belong only to the heart. So next time you feel that you don't have enough money to change something, remember this story. Sometimes all you need is courage, not cash. And sometimes, when life is kind, even money can serve love instead of pride. Chapter 5. Soapy's Winter Home. The Irony of Change. It was the first cold week of December in New York City. The wind had changed its voice. The trees were bare, and the sky was the color of iron. The lights in the rich parts of the city were bright, but on the side streets the shadows grew longer each day. On a small bench in Madison Square Park sat a man named Soapy. He was not young anymore, and he was not old either. He wore a coat that had once been warm, but was now thin and tired like its owner. His shoes had holes. His hat had lost its shape. And yet he was smiling softly to himself. For 9 months of the year, Soapy loved this life. He slept on the park benches in summer, washed his face in the fountain, and read old newspapers that people left behind. He liked freedom. He didn't have to work. He didn't have to follow anyone's rules. But when December came, freedom became painful. The nights were too cold. The benches were frozen. Even the policemen looked kinder because they stood near warm doors. Soapy knew he couldn't stay outside for winter. He needed a home. He had one plan that never failed him. Every year, when winter began, he went to Blackwell's Island, the city jail. There he got a bed, food, and heat for 3 months. Then in spring he was free again to enjoy the sunshine. To Soapy, jail was not punishment, it was his winter hotel. He smiled thinking about it. "Time to go back to my winter home," he whispered. Now the question was how to get arrested. He didn't want to hurt anyone or steal anything big. He just needed to do a small wrong thing so that a policeman would take him away for 3 months. That was his plan every year, and it always worked. He looked around and saw a bright restaurant on the corner. Through the window he could see men in suits eating hot soup and talking. The smell of roast turkey floated into the street. Soapy's stomach growled. Perfect, he thought. I'll eat a big dinner there, and when the waiter asks for money, I'll say I have none. They'll call a policeman. Simple. He walked proudly to the door, but the man at the entrance stopped him. He looked at Soapy's torn shoes and old hat. "You can't come in here," the man said. "This place is for gentlemen." Soapy smiled sadly. "I only wanted to eat." "Go eat somewhere else," the man said, pushing the door closed. Soapy walked away, angry and hungry. "All right," he muttered. "If they won't help me, I'll help myself." He stopped in front of a big glass store window full of shining items. The glass was clean like water. Soapy picked up a small stone from the street and threw it hard. The window broke with a loud crash. The sound ran through the cold air like thunder. In a moment, a policeman came running. He saw the broken glass and Soapy standing nearby with his hands in his pockets. "Who did this?" the policeman shouted. Soapy smiled. "Maybe I did, maybe not." The policeman looked at him carefully. "You don't look like a man who'd break windows," he said. Then someone far away was running. "There he goes," shouted another man. The policeman ran after the running figure, leaving Soapy standing beside the broken glass, laughing quietly. "Well, that didn't work," he said. "Time for Plan B." He walked down 6th Avenue until he saw another restaurant, not so fancy but still good enough. He entered boldly, sat at a table, and ordered a big meal: soup, steak, coffee, and a pie. He ate happily. For the first time in days, his stomach felt warm. When the waiter brought the bill, Soapy leaned back and said calmly, "I don't have any money." The waiter's face turned red. "No money?" "No," said Soapy. "Call the police. They'll know what to do." But the waiter didn't call the police. Instead, he called two strong men from the kitchen. They grabbed Soapy by his arms and threw him out into the street. He landed hard on the sidewalk, but he was still laughing. "Two restaurants, two failures," he said. "This city is getting soft." The night grew colder. Snowflakes began to fall. Soapy walked toward Broadway, where bright lights and music filled the air. Elegant ladies in long coats stepped out of carriages. Men in hats helped them into theaters. Soapy looked at them and smiled. "Maybe I'll make some noise here. That'll get me arrested." He started dancing wildly on the sidewalk. He waved his arms and sang loudly, pretending to be drunk. People turned to look. A tall policeman stood nearby, watching. Soapy danced closer to him and shouted, "Officer, how do you like my singing tonight?" The policeman smiled and turned to another man. "He's just one of those young actors from the theater school. They always act crazy for fun. Leave him alone." Soapy stopped. He couldn't believe it. "They think I'm an actor," he said to himself. "Even when I try to be bad, they think I'm good." He walked on, frustrated. His feet hurt, and his hands were cold. On a quiet street, he saw a shop window half open. Inside, a pen was lying near the glass. He looked around. No one was watching. Slowly he reached in, took the pen, and started walking away. A man ran out of the shop and shouted, "Hey, stop! That's my pen, Ahem!" Soapy turned around calmly. "Oh, is it? Call a policeman then." The man looked nervous. "No, no police. Take it. I don't want trouble." He turned and went back inside. Soapy stared at the pen in his hand. "Unbelievable," he said. "Even thieves can't get arrested these days." He threw the pen away and sat down on a cold step. For the first time he felt tired of this life. He looked up at the buildings, the shining windows, the families inside eating and laughing. He wondered what it would feel like to live like that, to have a bed, a warm room, someone waiting for you. A church stood across the street. From inside came the sound of a soft organ and a quiet voice singing. The song was gentle, almost like a whisper. Soapy listened. Something moved inside his heart. The music reminded him of another time, when he was young, when he had a job, when his mother was alive. He remembered her voice, her hands, her prayers for him. He hadn't thought of her in years. He sat there listening, and tears filled his eyes. "What have I done with my life?" he whispered. "I can change. I can work again. I can start tomorrow." The decision felt real, like light after a long night. He stood up, full of new strength. "Tomorrow," he said aloud. "I'll go to work. I'll be honest. I'll make her proud." He smiled for the first time without pretending. He felt alive again. Then a heavy hand touched his shoulder. A deep voice said, "What are you doing here, my man?" Soapy turned around. It was a policeman. "Nothing, officer," Soapy said quickly. "I was just sitting here, listening to the music." The policeman frowned. "No job? No address?" "Not now, but I'm going to look for one tomorrow. I'm changing my life," Soapy said, his voice full of hope. The policeman nodded slowly. "All right, come with me." Soapy's heart sank. "Why?" "For loitering," the policeman said. "You can explain to the judge tomorrow. The next morning, Soapy stood before the judge in court. The room smelled of paper and cold air. The judge looked at him over his glasses. 3 months in the city jail, he said. Soapy smiled weakly. His plan had finally worked, but too late. The moment he decided to change, the world decided to punish him. That night, in his small jail cell, he lay on the hard bed and looked at the ceiling. The sound of other prisoners filled the silence. He whispered to himself, "I wanted freedom, then warmth, then change. Maybe next winter I'll get it right." Outside, snow covered the city like a blanket. The streets were white, and the cold wind blew softly over Madison Square Park, where one empty bench waited for spring. This story of Soapy is both funny and sad. It makes you laugh at his strange plans, but it also makes you think about life. How often do we wait for life to force us to change? How many times do we make the same mistake again and again? Soapy's story teaches us that every chance to change is precious, and we must take it before it disappears. When you read it slowly, you realize that Soapy wasn't a bad man. He was just tired, lost, and afraid. The world looked too big for him. But even he had a moment of light, a moment when he wanted to be better. Sometimes life gives us such moments too. The question is whether we act before it's too late. Soapy's winter home was a jail, but his real prison was his habit. And that is true for many people. We live inside invisible prisons built by fear, laziness, or shame. The key is always in our hands, but we forget it. Maybe this winter we can learn from Soapy. Maybe it's time to change before the world pushes us. Maybe it's time to start again while the heart is still warm. And perhaps that is why O. Henry's stories still touch hearts after so many years. They are not about heroes or kings. They are about us, ordinary people, foolish at times, kind at others, always trying to find a little bit of light in the cold. These stories remind us that life is not about what we own, but about what we give, feel, and learn along the way. If these stories touched your heart or helped you learn something new in English, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your favorite story in the comments. Your support means a lot and helps me keep creating stories that inspire and teach. Thank you for watching, my friends. Keep learning, keep growing, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to my channel, Bookish English 2. Today, you're going to hear a story that will pull you in from the very first line. Imagine leaving home one morning full of dreams, only to find yourself standing in front of a dark, broken house, a gun pointed at you, and a secret waiting to change your life forever. This is the true adventure of David Balfour, a boy who went out to find his future, and instead found danger, betrayal, and courage. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand his incredible journey, but you'll also learn English through real emotions, real storytelling, and powerful sentences you can feel and repeat. So stay with me till the end, and let's travel together through storms, mystery, and bravery in Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 1. The Letter and the Journey begins. My name is David Balfour, and my story begins one quiet morning in June 1751. The sun was rising slowly over the hills of Ascendian. I stood outside my small house, holding a bag with a few clothes inside and a letter in my pocket. That letter was the only thing my father left me before he died. It was my key to a future I did not yet understand. My heart was full of mixed feelings. I was excited, But I was also afraid. Behind me was everything I knew. Ahead of me was everything unknown. Mr. Campbell, the old minister who was my friend, was waiting for me at the road. His kind face looked sad but proud at the same time. "I'll walk with you to the river," he said softly. I nodded. We walked side by side for a long time without speaking. The road was quiet except for the sound of our shoes on the stones. I could hear birds in the trees and the soft wind in the grass. Every step felt like leaving part of my childhood behind. After a while, Mr. Campbell looked at me and asked, "Are you sorry to leave Ascendian?" I thought for a moment. "I don't know, sir," I said. "I have been very happy here, but I don't know what waits for me. My mother and father are gone, and I must find my own future." My voice trembled a little when I said those words. Mr. Campbell stopped walking and put his hand on my shoulder. "Your father gave me this letter for you," he said. "He told me to give it to you when the time came. It is your inheritance. Take it, David. It will lead you to the House of Shaws near Edinburgh. That is where your father came from. He wanted you to return there." I looked at the letter. It was addressed to Mr. Ebenezer Balfour, House of Shaws. Under the name was written, "This letter will be brought by my son, David Balfour." I read those words again and again. My name looked strange beside that grand address. I had never been outside Ascendian. I had never even seen Edinburgh. And now I was being sent to meet a man I had never heard of, in a house I could not imagine. Mr. Campbell smiled kindly. "Go with courage, David," he said. "Your father was a good man. The world may be hard, but it is full of God's lessons." We shook hands and I tried to keep my heart strong. I turned back to look at Ascendian one last time. The church tower, the fields, the trees, all looked peaceful and small in the distance. "Goodbye," I whispered. Then I turned and walked towards my future. The first day was long. The road was dusty and the sun was hot. I passed farms, small cottages, and green fields full of sheep. Sometimes people greeted me kindly. Others looked at me with curiosity because I was alone and carried a bag. I slept that night in a small inn. The bed was hard, but I was so tired that I slept deeply. On the second morning, I climbed a hill and suddenly saw the city of Edinburgh below me. It was the largest place I had ever seen. The sea was shining beyond it, and ships were moving slowly on the water. I could see the red coats of English soldiers marching on the road, their drums echoing through the air. Everything looked so big and strange that I stopped for a while just to watch. "The world is larger than I thought," I said quietly to myself. When I reached the edge of Edinburgh, I asked people for directions to the House of Shaws. Each time I said the name, people looked at me with surprise. Some even smiled strangely, others shook their heads. "That place?" one man said. "It's not what you think it is, lad." At first I thought they were only surprised because I looked poor. But after hearing the same reaction from many people, I began to feel uneasy. Something about that house frightened them. All day I walked through small villages and open fields. The more I asked, the more mysterious it became. The sun began to set, and I saw a large building standing alone at the bottom of a valley. There were no other houses nearby. "That must be it," I said. "The House of Shaws." I walked closer, and my heart beat faster. The house looked old and cold. The walls were dark and broken in places. There was no gate at the entrance, no path leading to the door, and no smoke rising from the chimneys. It looked as if nobody lived there. I stood in front of the big wooden door and hesitated. My hand shook as I knocked once. The sound echoed through the empty air. No one answered. I waited and knocked again. Still nothing. I began to feel angry and nervous. I kicked the door and shouted, "Is anyone there, Mr. Balfour?" Suddenly I heard a noise above me. I looked up and saw a man at an upstairs window. He was holding a gun pointed down at me. His voice was rough and cold. "It's loaded," he said. I froze. "I have a letter," I said quickly, "for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour." "Who are you?" the man asked. "I'm David Balfour," I said. There was a long silence. Then the man spoke again, more softly. "Is your father dead?" "Yes," I answered. "He must be dead," the man said. "That's why you're here. Wait. I'll let you in." I heard the heavy door unlock. The man looked strange and frightened. He wore old clothes and his face was thin and pale. "Let me see the letter," he said sharply. "It's for Mr. Balfour," I said. "I am Mr. Balfour," he replied. "Your father's brother. Your uncle." I stared at him, surprised. I never knew my father had a brother. He showed me to a small, cold room. "You can sleep here," he said. Then he closed the door behind me and locked it. I sat on the bed, tired and confused. I felt both happy and afraid. My uncle seemed strange, and the house felt full of secrets. As I lay down and closed my eyes, I whispered, "Father, I'm here. But what have you sent me into?" The wind outside moved through the broken windows, and I fell asleep, not knowing what the next day would bring. Chapter 2: The Strange House and the Secret Uncle. The next morning, I woke up in a cold room. The window was small and no sunlight came through it. For a few seconds I forgot where I was. Then I remembered. The house of Shaws. My uncle. The locked door. I got up and knocked hard on the door. I shouted his name until he came and unlocked it slowly. He looked at me with suspicion, his eyes sharp and full of fear. "Why are you shouting like that?" he asked, his voice thin and dry. "I want to go out," I said. "You locked me in last night." He muttered something under his breath and turned away. We went to the kitchen, a dark room with broken furniture and dust on everything. He gave me a piece of bread and some milk. We sat together at the old table. He didn't look at me. The only sound was the wind through the cracks in the window. Now and then he asked me questions in a strange, cold way. "Where's your mother?" he asked. I told him she was dead. "She was a beautiful girl," he said quietly, almost to himself. His voice was softer for a moment, then he looked angry again. I wanted to ask about my father, but something inside me told me to be careful. I decided to wait. We sat for hours in silence. I tried to smile once, but he did not smile back. The more I looked at him, the more I saw that he was not only strange, but maybe dangerous. In the afternoon, I walked around the house. The rooms were empty, cold, and silent. There were no servants, no warmth, no signs of a family. The walls were cracked and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. I touched the furniture and felt dust on my fingers. I began to feel afraid. "Is this really my home?" I whispered to myself. When I returned to the kitchen, my uncle was sitting near the fire. I took a deep breath and decided to ask the question that had been in my mind since yesterday. "Uncle," I said, "who was the eldest brother? You or my father?" The moment I said it, he jumped up like a frightened animal. His eyes went wide. "Why do you ask that?" he shouted. He stepped closer and grabbed the front of my jacket with his thin hands. His face was red, and he looked wild. I tried to stay calm. "Let go of me," I said quietly. "I only asked a question." He looked at me for a few seconds, breathing hard, then slowly let go. "Don't ask me about your father," he said. "That's why I became angry." I didn't answer. Inside, I felt something break. I realized this man hated my father. Maybe he hated me too. From that moment, I decided to trust him no more. The rest of the day passed slowly. The rain began to fall outside, and the sound of it filled the silence. I sat by the window and watched the water running down the glass. I thought about Essendian, about Mr. Campbell, and the simple, quiet life I had left behind. Now I was in a house full of shadows and secrets. That night, my uncle called me to the kitchen. His voice was different now, almost friendly. "Here," he said, handing me a small bag. Inside were gold coins, 37 of them. I looked at him confused. "Why are you giving me this money?" I asked. "What do you want in return?" "Nothing much," he said, smiling in a strange way. "I'm getting old. I need help around the house. You can earn your place here." His words sounded kind, but his eyes said something else. They were cold and sharp like knives. I did not trust that smile. Then he gave me an old iron key. "Go to the tower at the other end of the house," he said. "Climb the stairs. Bring me the papers you'll find there." The tower stood apart from the main house. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, everything was dark. I took one step, then another. My hands touched the wall as I began to climb the stairs. The air was cold and smelled of dust. I could not see anything. The only sound was the wind. I moved slowly, feeling each step carefully with my feet. As I climbed higher, I felt the air move around my legs. The wind came through holes in the wall. My heart started to beat faster. Then there was a sudden flash of lightning through a crack in the wall. For 1 second, everything was bright, and I saw that the stairs above me were broken. There was nothing but empty space. If I had taken one more step, I would have fallen to my death. I froze where I stood. My hands shook. My uncle had sent me here to die. He wanted me to fall. He wanted my death. That moment changed everything. My fear turned into anger. I turned back carefully, step by step, my body trembling. I followed the flashes of lightning to find my way down. When I finally reached the bottom, my clothes were wet with sweat. I opened the door quietly and walked back to the kitchen. My uncle was sitting there, facing the fire, not knowing I was behind him. His thin shoulders were shaking slightly. I stepped forward and placed my hands heavily on them. He jumped and fell to the floor. His face went pale like chalk. "You tried to kill me," I said. "Why?" He lay on the ground, breathing hard. "I'll tell you everything in the morning," he whispered. But I didn't believe him. I took the old dagger from the table, held it in my hand, and locked him in a room. I sat outside his door all night waiting for the morning. My mind was full of fear and anger, but also questions. Why was my uncle afraid of me? What secret was he hiding? Why was he ready to see me dead? When the first light of morning came, I unlocked the door. He looked weak and sick. I sat down across from him, waiting for answers. But before he could speak, we heard a knock at the door. I opened it and found a young boy in a sailor's uniform. He was holding a letter. "I have a message for Mr. Balfour from Captain Hoseyson," he said. His clothes were wet from the rain, and he looked hungry. I let him in and gave him food. My uncle read the letter with shaking hands, then passed it to me. It was from the captain of a ship called the Covenant. He wrote that the wind was good and the ship was ready to sail. My uncle looked nervous, but then he smiled again, a false smile. "Let's go see him," he said. "We can also visit Mr. Rankeeler, the lawyer. He knew your father." I looked at him carefully. I did not trust him, but I wanted to meet this lawyer. Maybe he would tell me the truth. "All right," I said. "Let's go." We left the dark house behind us. I didn't know that this journey would soon change everything, that danger was waiting at the sea, and that my real story was about to begin. Chapter 3. The Kidnapping. The next morning, the sky was gray and cold. My uncle and I began our walk to Queensferry, where the letter said Captain Hoseyson's ship was waiting. The boy named Ransom came with us. He walked fast and talked all the way. He said he worked on the ship called the Covenant. He told me about the sea, the sailors, and the captain. "Captain Hoseyson is a strict man," he said. "Sometimes he shouts, but he is fair." His voice was light, but I could see sadness in his eyes. I wondered what kind of life this young boy had, working on a ship instead of going to school. My uncle did not talk at all during the long walk. He walked a few steps behind us, his head low and his face hidden under his hat. I did not trust him, but I still hoped that the lawyer, Mr. Rankeeler, could help me understand my family's story. I believed that soon everything would make sense. I was wrong. After hours of walking, we reached the top of a hill. The sea spread wide in front of us. I could see small boats and one large ship far out in the water. "That's the Covenant," said Ransom proudly. "She's a fine ship." The sunlight touched the sails, and for a moment it looked beautiful. I didn't know then that this ship would steal my freedom. When we reached the shore, we entered an inn called the Hawes Inn. It was warm inside, the fire burned in the corner, and the smell of cooked food filled the air. We sat down, and my uncle ordered something to drink. Soon a man in a captain's coat entered the room. He was tall, with a strong face and sharp eyes. He smiled and shook my uncle's hand. "Mr. Balfour," he said, "it's good to see you again." I noticed the way the two men looked at each other. There was something secret between them. They spoke in low voices. I could not hear what they said, but I could see the captain's smile grow wider. After a while I felt tired of sitting in the dark room, so I stepped outside to get some fresh air. The sun was low over the sea. I saw the small boat that went back and forth between the shore and the big ship. The air smelled of salt and wind. I was beginning to feel better when the innkeeper came outside to throw water on the steps. "You are with Mr. Ebenezer Balfour, aren't you?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Did you know him?" The man stopped what he was doing and looked at me with surprise. "Know him?" he said. "Everyone around here knows him. Some say he killed his own brother for money and took the house of Shaws for himself." I felt my heart beat faster. "So my father, Alexander, was the elder brother?" I asked quickly. "Of course he was," the man said. "That house should have been his." I could hardly speak. For the first time I began to understand. The house, the fear, the strange silence, everything made sense now. My uncle had stolen what belonged to my father, and maybe he had even killed him. The thought made my hands shake. Before I could ask more, I heard footsteps behind me. Captain Hoseason had come out of the inn. "Would you like to see my ship?" he asked cheerfully. "She's right out there. I'll show you around." I hesitated for a moment, but I was curious. I had never been on a ship before. "Yes," I said, "I'd like that." We walked together to the small boat. My uncle followed us, his face hidden in the shadow of his hat. The boat moved gently as we climbed in. The sea was calm, and the oars made soft splashes as the sailors rowed us toward the big ship. "It's a fine morning for a sail," said the captain. His voice was friendly, and I began to feel safe again. When we reached the side of the ship, the captain said, "You go first, David. I'll follow right behind you." He gave an order, and the sailors pulled me up with a rope. My feet landed on the wooden deck of the Covenant. I looked around. The ship was larger than I imagined. The air smelled of tar and salt. I turned to see my uncle, but he was still in the small boat. "Come on, Uncle," I shouted. "Aren't you coming?" He looked up at me. For the first time I saw his face clearly. There was a strange light in his eyes, cold and hard. He wasn't coming. He was leaving. The captain climbed up behind me, and before I could move, someone's strong hands grabbed me from behind. "What are you doing?" I cried, trying to fight, but it was too late. A heavy object hit me on the back of the head. My vision turned black. The last thing I saw was my uncle's face, watching from the boat as it turned back toward the shore. He didn't speak, he didn't wave, he only stared. Then everything went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying in a small, dark room. My head hurt badly, and my hands and feet were tied with rope. The room moved up and down with the motion of the waves. I realized I was still on the ship. I tried to shout, but my voice was weak. The air was hot and smelled of sea and oil. I felt sick. I tried to remember what happened, but my head was too heavy. I don't know how long I stayed there. Time lost its meaning. Sometimes I heard footsteps above me. Once a man came in and held a lantern near my face. He was small, with quick eyes. "He looks bad," the man said. Later he returned with Captain Hoseason. "He'll die if you leave him here," the man said again. The captain frowned. "Untie him," he ordered. They carried me up to the front of the ship where the other sailors were. I breathed in the fresh air, but everything around me still moved. I closed my eyes and fell asleep again. Days passed before I began to feel better. When I finally spoke to one of the sailors, he told me something that made my blood run cold. The ship was sailing for America. They planned to sell me there as a slave. At that moment I understood everything. My uncle had paid Captain Hoseason to kidnap me. He wanted to get rid of me forever so that I could never return and claim the House of Shaws. The sea stretched endlessly around me, and for the first time I felt what true loneliness meant. But inside my heart a small voice whispered, "Don't give up, David. You will find a way home." I looked at the horizon, at the endless line where the sky touched the water. Somewhere beyond it my future waited. I made a silent promise to myself. I would survive. I would fight. I would return. Chapter 4. The Fight at Sea. I woke to the sound of waves and the hard wood under my back. My head was clearer now. The air was sharp with salt and tar. Men shouted somewhere above, and ropes creaked like old doors. I sat up slowly and looked around me. This was the place where they kept food, water, and some weapons. Barrels and boxes were tied with rope so they did not slide. I felt small but not helpless. I told myself to breathe. I told myself to think. I told myself to be brave. I remembered the promise I made to myself. I would not give up. In the afternoon a small man with quick eyes came in and set a plate down. Behind him walked a stranger in fine clothes with a sword at his side. He had a proud way of standing, like a soldier. His eyes were bright, and they moved fast, noticing everything. He looked at me and gave a short smile. "My name is Alan Breck Stewart," he said. His voice was light but strong. "And what is your name, lad?" I said I was David Balfour. He nodded, then sat and began to eat like a man who had not tasted food for a day. He wore a coat with silver buttons, and his belt shone in the lamplight. He told me he was a Highlander. He told me he was a Jacobite. He told me he was trying to get back to Scotland and then to France. He did not say much more, but I could feel he was a man of courage. I liked him at once. While I brought him a drink, I heard voices outside the door. I did not mean to listen, but the words came clearly. Captain Hoseason was speaking to Mr. Riach. Their voices were low and serious. They were planning to kill Alan and take his money. My hands went cold. I stood there for a moment and felt the ship move beneath me. I knew these men were cruel. I knew they had already killed my hope. Now they would try to kill my new friend. I could not allow it. I stepped back into the room. Alan looked up from his food. I leaned close and spoke softly. "Do you want to be killed?" I asked. His eyes flashed like a blade. He stood up quickly and kept his sword low. "Tell me," he said. "They are coming," I whispered. "They plan to take your money. They want to murder you." He nodded once as if this was a thing he had expected. Then he moved with speed and purpose. He put his back to one door and placed me by the other. He gave me the pistols he carried, heavy and cold in my hands. He kept his sword ready and his mind calm. "How many men are there?" he asked. 15, I said. He smiled a little and shook his head. "Then we must fight like 20, he said. We spoke quickly. We checked the window. We listened for steps. Alan told me what to do if the door shook or if glass broke. He showed me how to hold the pistols. He reminded me to breathe. He spoke fast but clear. He did not waste a single word. I felt my fear turn into fire. I stood taller. I held the guns tighter. I told myself I could do this. Shadow with me for a moment. I can do this. I am not alone. I can stand and fight. Say it once more in a strong voice. I can do this. I am not alone. I can stand and fight. Outside, the ship grew quiet. We could hear footsteps moving, then stopping. We could hear the scratch of steel. We could feel the plan forming on their side of the door. Alan lifted his sword a little and looked at me with a quick smile. "They will come all at once," he said. "Keep your head. Aim true." I nodded and held my breath. A hand tried the latch, then came a hard push. Alan struck like lightning. The door flew inward, and a man cried out as the blade found him. 2 more tried to get past Alan, but he moved like a dancer, light and deadly. I heard the ring of metal and the harsh breath of men. I smelled sweat and smoke. It was loud and close and hot. "Your window!" Alan shouted. I turned fast. The glass broke with a sharp crack and a man came through, one leg first, his shoulders tight in the frame. He was red-faced and angry. I lifted the pistol and my hands shook, but I fired. The sound hit my ears like thunder. The man fell back with a cry and I felt the shock of the gun jump through my arm. Another sailor climbed in right behind him. I fired again, lower, and he dropped to the floor and grabbed his leg with both hands, his mouth open in pain. I reloaded with trembling fingers, the powder rough and dry. I kept listening. I kept watching. The world felt narrow, like only this room existed. Only this moment mattered. By the door, Alan stepped forward and drove the men back. I saw Mr. Schwann, the best sailor on the ship, rushing in with a knife in his hand and rage in his eyes. Alan turned his wrist and met him with the point of the sword. It was fast. It was clean. Mr. Schwann's knife fell and he followed it. For a second everything slowed. I could hear the sea again. I could hear the wood groan. I could hear my own heartbeat. Then the noise returned as more men tried to push through. I fired over their heads to make them turn. I fired at the frame to crack splinters into their faces. My shots were not beautiful, but they were loud and filled with warning. The men hesitated. They pulled away. They ran. For a while no one came. We stood there in the mess of glass and blood and smoke. I looked at Alan. He wiped his blade and checked the door. His chest rose and fell. He looked calm, like a man at work. He turned to me and nodded. "You did well," he said. "Rest your hands. Breathe." I felt the truth of what I had just done. I had fired at men and hit them. My knees lost their strength, and I sat down on a barrel. My breath came fast and thin. My eyes stung. A deep cry rose in me like a wave. I tried to swallow it, but I could not. I wept. I was not ashamed. I was only 17, and the world had forced me to grow. Alan came and stood near me without a word. He did not touch me. He kept watch and let me be. After some time the shaking passed. I wiped my face with my sleeve and stood. "I am ready," I said. "Good," he answered. "We will need to be." I reloaded the pistols again. My fingers were steadier now. I told myself that courage is not the lack of fear. Courage is walking through fear and not stopping. Repeat after me, slowly and clearly. I am afraid and I can still act. I am tired and I can still stand. I am young and I can still be brave. The captain called through the wood at last. His voice was rough and angry. He spoke of damage and death and the loss of his best man. He tried to blame us for the ship's trouble. He promised to sail us to safe waters if we kept quiet. He wanted brandy for water and words for peace. Alan spoke back with careful strength. He agreed to trade, but not his life. He asked to be taken to the west coast, toward Loch Linnhe. There was a pause, then a cold yes. On the deck above we heard men moving bodies with slow feet. When the door finally opened, the room was empty except for us. We cleaned the floor and set the barrels straight. We ate bread and dried meat and took small sips of water. The sea had grown calmer. Outside the square of the window the sky was pale, and the last of the fog drifted like a thin veil. I looked out and saw a low shape of land far away. The Isle of Skye lay to the right like a sleeping animal. Behind us was the Isle of Rum, dark and heavy. The world felt larger than my fear. Alan took a silver button from his coat and pressed it into my hand. "This is a mark of my friendship," he said. "If you are ever alone in the Highlands, show this to a Stuart man and he will help you." I held the cool metal and closed my fingers around it. It felt like a promise. It felt like a path forward. Night came slowly. The wind shifted. The Covenant turned her head a little and began to drift where none of us wished. The captain called for hands to the lines, but there were not enough hands left. The ship groaned as if she felt pain. Alan and I stood by the window and watched the black water rise and fall. We were alive. We had won the room, but the sea was not finished with us yet. Chapter 5. The Shipwreck and the Island. The morning after the fight was quiet. The sea looked calm, but the ship felt heavy and slow. I could hear the creak of the wood and the low groan of the waves under us. Alan and I sat together, our backs against the wall. We did not speak much. The room still smelled of smoke and salt and fear. On the floor, broken glass caught the light like small stars. I could not stop thinking about what had happened during the night. The sounds, the faces, the shouts, they kept returning to me like waves that never stop. Alan cut one of the silver buttons from his coat and placed it in my hand. "Keep this," he said. "If ever you find yourself in the Highlands and need help, show this to any Stuart. They'll know you're my friend." I looked at the small shining button and nodded. It felt like hope. It felt like we were more than just two people on a lost ship. It felt like friendship that could survive anything. Later the captain came in with Mr. Riek. Both looked tired and weak. Their eyes were hollow, and they carried the weight of guilt. "You've destroyed my ship," said Captain Hoseyson, his voice shaking. "We have no men left to sail it. We'll have to turn back to Glasgow, but this coast is full of rocks, and we'll be lucky if we make it alive." Alan stood up, calm as always, and said, "I'll pay you 60 coins if you take us to Loch Linnhe." The captain agreed, too afraid to argue. For the next few days the sea was kind. The wind blew gently, and the sun touched the deck with soft warmth. It was the first time since my kidnapping that I felt peace. The air was clean and the sky was endless. The mountains in the distance looked like blue shadows rising from the water. Alan and I sat together often, sharing food and stories. I listened to his voice, to his words full of pride for Scotland and the Highlands. He spoke about honor, courage, and friendship, as if they were part of his blood. When I told him about my friend Mr. Campbell, he frowned. "I hate the Campbells," he said. "Every Stuart does." I tried to explain that Mr. Campbell was kind, but Alan shook his head. "The Campbells took our land, David. They killed our people. They served the English king and betrayed the Highlanders." His voice was full of pain, not anger. I realized that his hatred came from history, from wounds passed down through generations. He told me about a man called Ardshiel, a Highland chief who once fought against the English but lost everything. Alan said that the English soldiers had taken his land and power. Ardshiel had to run away to France, but his people still sent him money in secret. "And you?" I asked. "What do you do for him?" Alan smiled faintly. "I carry that money across the sea to him. That's what I was doing before your ship hit mine." I looked at him with surprise. "You risk your life for that?" I asked. He nodded. "Some things are worth more than life," he said. His eyes looked far away when he said it. I felt a deep respect for him. He was proud, brave, and loyal. And even though our worlds were different, I was glad to call him my friend. One evening, as the sun went down, the captain came to us again. His face was pale, and he looked frightened. "The sea is changing," he said. "We're near the Isle of Mull. There are rocks under the water, and the wind is not good." We went outside, and I could see strange shapes rising in the water, white foam breaking around them. Alan pointed. "That's not wind, Captain. That's danger." The ship moved slowly, but the sea was no longer calm. The waves grew stronger, and the sky turned gray. A thick mist covered everything. The air felt heavy. I could hear the sailors shouting and running on the deck. The captain's voice called out orders, but no one could see more than a few feet ahead. The waves began to lift the ship high, then drop it hard. I held on to the ropes as water splashed over my face. My heart pounded. Suddenly there was a sound like thunder. The ship hit something hard. We were thrown to the floor. The Covenant shook violently, and I heard the sharp crack of wood breaking. The sailors shouted. Another crash came, louder than before. Water poured over the side. "The ship's breaking apart!" someone screamed. Alan grabbed my arm. "Hold it tight!" he shouted, his voice barely heard over the storm. Waves crashed against us again and again. I felt the ship turning. The air was full of spray and smoke. Men were trying to lower the small boat into the water, but every time they tried, a wave smashed into them. I saw one man fall and disappear into the dark sea. I shouted his name, but the wind took my voice away. The deck was slippery, and the sky looked like iron. The next moment, a massive wave lifted the ship and threw it onto the rocks again. The sound of the crash was louder than anything I had ever heard. The ship split open. I felt the floor tilt beneath my feet. The next wave came and threw me into the water. The cold hit me like a knife. My lungs burned as I sank under. I kicked and fought to reach the surface. When I came up, I gasped for air, coughing salt water from my mouth. I looked around, but there was no one near me. Only pieces of wood floated on the black sea. I grabbed a plank and held it tight. The sea was wild, pushing and pulling me in every direction. I could not tell which way was land. The rain hit my face like stones. I tried to pray, but my mouth was full of water. The waves pulled me under again and again. I lost track of time. I was sure I would die there, alone in the dark water. But somehow my hands did not let go. After what felt like hours, the waves grew smaller. I saw a line of land ahead, a dark shore in the moonlight. My arms were weak, my body frozen, but I began to swim. Every stroke felt endless. I reached the sand at last and fell forward, too tired to stand. I could taste salt and feel the ground solid beneath me. For a while I lay there and listened to the wind. It was quiet now. The storm had passed. When I finally opened my eyes, the sea was calm again. The sky was pale with morning light. Pieces of the Covenant lay broken along the beach. I could not see Alan or the other men. My clothes were heavy with water, my hands cut and bleeding, but I was alive. I sat up slowly and looked at the sea. "Thank God," I whispered. I was cold, alone, and lost, but I had survived. I did not know where I was or what I would do next, but something deep inside me said that this was not the end. The sea had tried to take me, but it failed. I stood up on shaking legs, looked around at the empty beach, and said to myself, "You're still alive, David. You're still alive." Chapter 6. The Murder of the Red Fox. The beach was empty and quiet in the morning light. I stood slowly and felt my legs shake. My clothes were heavy and cold. The wind touched my face and I tasted salt on my lips. I looked along the shore and called out for Alan. No answer came back to me, only the soft sound of the small waves. I began to walk. I searched among broken wood and ropes. I listened for a human voice. There was nothing. My heart felt heavy, but I told myself to move. If I stopped, fear would grow bigger. If I walked, hope could return. I climbed a low hill to see the sea. From the top I could see water on every side and a thin line of land not far away. The place where I stood was only an island when the water was high. When the tide was low, the sand joined the island to the mainland like a path. I did not know this. I had spent days here thinking I was trapped, when I could have walked to safety twice each day. A small fishing boat came close, and a man shouted in Gaelic. I could not understand all his words, but I heard the word tide. Then I understood completely. My face grew hot with shame and joy. I waited. The water went down and I walked across the wet sand to the mainland. The ground felt strong under my feet. I met an old man on a path and showed him Alan's silver button. His eyes grew kind. He told me to go to Torosay and then take a boat toward Appin. He said a friend would be waiting there for a boy with a silver button. His voice was quiet and sure. I thanked him and started to travel. The land rose and fell like the sea. The air was clean. The mountains were dark and beautiful. I was tired, hungry, and happy to be moving toward a friend. Every step felt like a small prayer. On the road I saw families working in small fields. The houses were simple, with smoke coming from the roofs. People had little, but they gave me bread and a drink of milk when I asked in my careful, polite voice. I repeated useful sentences to myself. I am going to Appin. I am looking for a friend. Thank you for your help. Saying these words made me brave. It also made my English stronger and smoother. If you are watching, repeat with me softly. I am going forward. I am not alone. Kind people help me. The road is long, and I will keep walking. After some days I reached the coast. The sky was gray and a light wind moved the trees. I saw the red coats of English soldiers moving along a track in the distance. Their lines were neat. Their faces were hard. I knew Alan would not like this. I moved into the trees and followed a smaller path. I felt that Alan was near. I felt that danger was near too. I stopped under tall pines and waited. My breath was slow. My ears were open. I told myself to be careful and watchful and quiet. Soon I heard the sound of horses and men. 4 riders came through the wood and then down to the road. The first man had red hair and a proud face. His coat was fine. At once I knew this must be the red fox that Alan had spoken about with anger and pain. With him rode a lawyer, a soldier, and a servant. They spoke to each other in calm voices. I stepped out and asked the way to a nearby village. The red fox looked at me with a cold smile. He asked who I was and why I was so far from my home. I said I was a friend to King George. I said I was only passing through. He did not believe me. He told the others we would wait for the soldiers. He turned his head to speak to the lawyer. At that very moment, a single shot cracked from high on the hill. The sound cut the air. The red fox put his hand to his chest and fell from the saddle. He lay on the ground staring at the sky. His lips moved and then were still. The lawyer ran to him and lifted his head. The officer shouted orders that no one could follow because the orders were full of fear. The servant began to cry. I stood without moving, my hands open, my mouth cold and dry. I had never seen a man die so fast and so close. Then my body woke like a man pulled from deep water. I ran up the hill toward the place where the sound came from. I saw a large man in a black coat moving quickly among the rocks. He had a long gun in his hand. I shouted that I could see the murderer and that he was running. The man looked back and then climbed higher and disappeared behind a ridge. I turned to call the soldiers up the hill. When I looked down, I saw the lawyer pointing at me with a hard face. He cried out that I must be part of the murder plan because I had stopped the red fox on the road. The soldiers began to climb toward me. For a moment I could not think. I felt the hill under my feet and the air in my chest. I did not feel the law on my side anymore. The soldiers came like a dark line across the grass. I heard the clink of metal and the steady breath of men who had a job to do. I took one step back. Then a voice came from the trees to my right. It was low and fast and full of warning. Come here. Do not speak. Move. I knew the voice at once. It was Alan. I did not argue. I jumped into the trees and ran toward him, branches hitting my face and hands. We stopped among thick trunks and waited. Gunfire cracked below us, and bullets cut leaves above our heads. We did not move. Alan put his finger to his lips. I felt the world become very small and very clear. I could hear the river in the valley. I could hear a bird call. I could hear my heart and Alan's breath. The soldiers spread out and searched. They shouted to each other in angry voices. The lawyer's voice rose above them all, promising money to the first man who caught the boy. I closed my eyes for a second and said a short prayer. I asked God for quick feet and a steady mind. When the noise moved to our left, Alan touched my sleeve. We began to climb higher along a line of rocks where our feet could be quiet. We placed each step with care. We did not speak. We moved like shadows while the soldiers moved like a storm below us. At the top we rested behind a wall of stone. Alan looked at me and I finally saw his eyes. They were clear and fierce. He studied my face, searching for fear and finding it. He nodded once. That nod meant we would live if we kept our heads. It also meant that the road ahead would be long. Night began to fall, slow and gray. The soldiers built small fires in the valley. They would wait for morning and search again. Alan pointed across the dark shapes of the hills. He showed me the line we must take. No road, no village, no friends that night, only the hills and the need to move. I thought of my home and my father and the house of Shaws. I thought of justice and the truth, but the truth must wait. Freedom comes first. We started along the ridge like two small lights in a great dark land, careful with every step, alive with every breath. Chapter 7. The Long Journey Home. We moved through the hills like two small shadows. The wind was cold and clean. The ground was wet and rough under our shoes. Behind us, in the dark valley, the soldiers' fires burned like angry eyes. We kept our bodies low and our steps quiet. Sometimes we walked, sometimes we ran, sometimes we lay still and listened. We looked for safe paths where the grass was thick and the rocks could hide our shape. The night felt endless. I could not tell the hours. I only knew that with every careful step we were further from danger and closer to home. When morning came, the sky was white and the light was thin. We found a place between two rocks high on a shoulder of the hill. From there we could see the river below and the long line of the soldiers' search. They crossed the valley in small groups, their coats bright, their movements slow but steady. Alan watched them with calm eyes. "If they stay down, we are safe," he whispered. "If they climb, we fly." I nodded and lay flat on the warm rock. My eyes closed without meaning to. My body asked me to sleep. Alan touched my shoulder. "Only a little," he said. "Sleep like a sparrow, ready to wake." We made a small plan, short rests, short moves, water whenever we could find it. No fire, no smoke, no sound we did not need. If you are watching this, repeat these simple lines with me, slow and quiet, like a promise to yourself. I move with care, I breathe with care, I rest with care, I do not waste my strength. These words helped me. They gave my tired heart a rhythm. They gave my feet a reason to take the next step. By noon the sun burned hot on the rock. We had no water and our lips were dry. My head felt heavy. Alan watched the soldiers' patterns and then gave a small sign. We slid down from the rocks, one after the other, and waited in the shadow of a low bush. The air in the shade was sweet. Far below we heard laughter and the clink of tin cups. The soldiers were resting too. We crossed to another line of stones, then up a narrow sheep path, and bit across a place where the grass made no sound. Every move was slow. Every move mattered. I learned that day that courage is often quiet. It is the steady choosing of the next safe place. Toward evening, we found a stream hidden in a fold of the hill. We dropped to our knees and drank. The water was cold and strong. It tasted like life. I washed my face and hands. The blood and dirt ran away in small rivers, and the boy in the water looked like me again. Alan smiled and said we would move through the dark and sleep at dawn. The plan felt hard but right. We ate a little bread. We shared a few dried pieces of meat. We saved some for the next day. I repeated another small set of lines in my mind to keep my spirit awake. One step more, one breath more, 1 hour more. Keep going. We crossed heather fields purple in the dusk. We climbed slow hills and came down fast slopes. The moon rose, thin and white. Sometimes I thought I heard voices behind us, but it was only the wind. Sometimes I thought I saw lights, but they were only stars moving through thin cloud. My legs began to shake. My stomach hurt. A cold sweat came over me, and my breath grew short. I tried to hide it from Alan, but he knew. He slowed his pace. He gave me the heavier bread and kept the lighter piece. He spoke little, but he stayed near. He kept my courage from falling, the way a strong hand keeps a candle from the wind. By morning my body could not go further. My knees bent without my will. The world turned and the ground rose to meet me. I lay on the grass and could not stop shaking. Alan put his hand on my forehead and frowned. "A fever," he said softly. "We must find a house." We went down through birch trees and followed a low wall until we saw smoke from a small cottage. A dog barked. A woman came to the door with a shawl around her shoulders. Alan gave his name and spoke with respect. He did not ask for much. He asked for water and a little shadow for a sick friend. The woman called to a man inside and then looked at me with a mother's eyes. "Bring him," she said. They laid me on a straw bed near the fire. The room was simple, clean, and warm. A child stared at me from the corner. The man brought a doctor from the next hamlet at nightfall. The doctor said I must rest and drink and keep warm. He spoke a little English and a lot of kindness. For a few days I knew little. I woke to the sound of rain. I slept to the sound of the kettle. I dreamed of the sea and woke crying. The woman cooled my head with a cloth. The man stood in the door and watched for soldiers. Alan came in the darkness, quiet as a cat, and went out before dawn to hide among the trees. He risked everything to stay near me. In those days I learned what loyalty meant. It is not loud, it does not boast, it simply does not leave. After a week the fever broke like a wave. My hands stopped shaking. I could sit and then stand. My legs felt thin but ready. The family would take no money. "A boy with a silver button is a friend here," the man said, and pressed my hand. I thanked him in slow, careful words so he would hear my heart in them. If you are practicing with me, say this softly and clearly. "Thank you for your kindness. I will remember you. May God keep your house." Good words are a gift. They make strong bridges between strangers. When we left, the air smelled of wet grass and smoke. The hills were green after rain. Alan walked beside me and told me our path. We would keep south and east. We would cross the great river Forth. We would reach Queensferry if fortune was kind, and then I would go to find the lawyer, Mr. Rankeeler. My hope rose like a small fire. The plan was simple. The plan was ours. We moved with new strength, light on our feet, careful with our eyes. The land opened into lower fields. The mountains fell behind us like a closed book. Villages appeared more often. Carts rolled on the roads. We kept to hedges and lanes and the kind of silence that keeps a man safe. One afternoon we climbed a last ridge and saw the wide silver of the river. Beyond it, small towns and the dark line of woods. The wind changed and brought a smell of salt again, friendly and sharp. We lay in the grass and watched boats cross from shore to shore. Soldiers stood at some points like tall posts in a field. Alan pointed out the quiet places and the busy ones. At night, he said, "A small boat will take you from here to Queensferry. I will wait for you at sunset tomorrow. You will go to the lawyer in the morning." He looked at me a long time. I knew what that look held: pride, care, a little worry, a lot of trust. That evening we found a barn and slept among the sweet dry straw. I woke once and listened to the mice and the soft tick of the roof. I thought of Essendian and my father's letter. I thought of Uncle Ebenezer and the house of Shaws. I thought of justice, and my hands closed without my telling them to. Then I relaxed and opened them again. I said to myself, "You will need a cool head tomorrow." I breathed in and out until sleep returned. Morning came clear and quiet. We ate the last of the bread and shared a smile without many words. We moved down to the water's edge and watched. When the time felt right, Alan touched my arm. "Now," he said. We walked to a low pier where fishermen mended nets. Alan spoke with one of them in Gaelic, and the man nodded once. A small boat waited a little way off, the oars resting, the water flat and bright around it. Alan squeezed my shoulder. "Across you go, then to the lawyer. After that, the house and the truth." I stepped into the boat and felt it sink a little under my weight. I sat and looked back at Alan standing on the pier, straight and still. He lifted a hand. I lifted mine. The oars dipped, and the boat moved out into the wide river. The air was cold on my face. Behind me, the Highlands were a story. Before me, Edinburgh and justice were a promise. I kept my eyes on the far shore and repeated softly so my courage would not wander, "I am going home. I will speak the truth. I will finish what I began." Chapter 8. The Return to Edinburgh. The river was quiet that morning. The water moved softly, and the air was cool on my face. I sat in the small boat as it crossed toward the far shore. The oars made a calm rhythm, dipping and lifting, dipping and lifting. I looked back once and saw Alan standing on the other side. He raised his hand and held it high. I waved back, my chest tight. I did not know if I would ever see him again. He had been my friend, my teacher, and my brother on the road. I wanted to call his name, but the wind carried it away before I could speak. When the boat touched the wooden pier near Queensferry, I stepped onto the land with weak legs. I was home, yet it didn't feel like home. The world I had left behind now felt distant. The people on the street walked quickly, their clothes clean, their faces calm. Nobody looked like they had run from soldiers or slept under the rain. I had changed, but they had not. I walked through the town and asked where Mr. Rankeeler, the lawyer, lived. A woman with a basket pointed to a large house on a quiet street. My heart beat faster as I walked to the door. I knocked and waited. After a moment, a man stepped outside. He was tall, with gray hair and kind eyes. "Good morning," I said. "I am looking for Mr. Rankeeler." The man smiled slightly. "Well," he said, "you found him. I am Mr. Rankeeler. What can I do for you?" I looked at him and felt a mix of relief and fear. This man could help me or send me away. I told him my name carefully. "My name is David Balfour, sir." When I said it, he looked surprised. "David Balfour?" he repeated. "You must come in." We went inside. His office smelled of paper and ink. The shelves were full of books, and the light from the window made the room feel warm and safe. "Now," he said, sitting down, "tell me your story." I started from the beginning, how my father died, how Mr. Campbell gave me the letter, how I found my uncle at the house of Shaw's. I told him about the broken stairs, the tower, and the night my uncle locked me in. I told him about Captain Hoseyson, the ship called the Covenant, the fight at sea, the storm, the island, and the long journey home with Alan. While I spoke, he listened carefully. Sometimes he asked a question, sometimes he nodded slowly. When I finished, he sat in silence for a while, looking at me. "You have been through much, my boy," he said finally. "Your uncle has done a terrible thing. We must deal with this properly." Then he smiled kindly. "But we must be careful with your friend's name. You called him Alan Breck Stewart. It's safer to call him Mr. Thompson for now. There are soldiers who would hang him if they heard that name." I agreed. Alan had risked enough already. Mr. Rankeeler stood and walked to the window. "I know your family's story," he said. "Your father, Alexander, and your uncle Ebenezer both loved the same woman once. They argued for years. In the end, the lady refused them both. They made an agreement. One would have her hand in marriage, and the other would keep the family house. Your father chose love. Your uncle chose the house. But your father's happiness didn't last long, and your uncle's bitterness grew. He became the man you met, cold, jealous, and greedy." I sat quietly, letting his words sink in. Everything made sense now. My father had lost the house but kept his kindness. My uncle had gained the house but lost his soul. Mr. Rankeeler turned back to me. "The law is on your side," he said. "The house is yours. But we need proof. We must show that Ebenezer arranged your kidnapping. If we can make him confess, we'll have him." I thought for a moment. "I have a plan," I said, "but it will need my friend's help." He smiled. "Then let's hear it." I told him what I had in mind, step by step. When I finished, he looked at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "It's a clever plan," he said. "But it will take courage." "I've learned a little of that," I said softly. He laughed and agreed to come with me that evening. When the sun began to set, we walked together toward the house of Shaw's. Alan waited near the trees. I ran to him and told him everything. His eyes lit up. "So the lawyer is with us," he said. "Good. Then let's put the old fox in his own trap." We approached the house quietly. Alan knocked loudly on the door. Mr. Rankeeler and I hid near the wall where we could listen. My uncle's voice came from inside, sharp and suspicious. "Who is it?" "A friend of Captain Hoseyson," Alan replied. "I've got news about young David Balfour." The door opened slowly. My uncle's pale face appeared in the light. "What do you want?" he asked. "I've locked the boy away," Alan said smoothly. "But I can't keep him there forever. You can pay me to keep him quiet, or you can pay me to kill him. Which do you choose?" My uncle's face turned white. "How much?" he whispered. "The same as you gave Hoseyson," Alan said. My uncle looked confused and scared. "I gave him £20, he said, but he was going to sell the boy in America for more. At that moment, Mr. Rankeeler stepped forward from the shadows. "Thank you, Mr. Balfour," he said firmly. "That will do. You have confessed to kidnapping your nephew. Now we can settle this properly." My uncle froze where he stood. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He looked at me with wide eyes. "David," he said weakly, "I didn't mean to harm you." But I could see in his face that he knew his game was over. Inside the house, Mr. Rankeeler wrote down everything that had been said. My uncle signed it with a shaking hand. "The House of Shaws," said the lawyer, "now belongs to David Balfour, rightful heir." I felt the weight of the words. The house, the name, the years of silence, they were mine now. But instead of joy, I felt something quiet and deep. Justice was not loud, it was calm, like the river at dawn. The next morning, Alan and I walked down the road together. The sky was clear and blue. We said little. He stopped near the bridge and turned to me. "Well, David," he said softly, "this is where our roads part. You have your house. I have my road to France." My throat felt tight. "I'll never forget you, Alan," I said. "Nor I you," he replied. We shook hands firmly. Then he smiled, the same brave smile I had seen 100 times. He walked away toward the hills, his figure growing smaller until he was only a shadow against the light. I watched until he disappeared. The wind moved through the trees, and I felt the peace of an ending. My life had begun again. I turned toward the road that led home. I was no longer the same boy who had left Ascendian. I had been tested, broken, and remade by the sea, by fear, and by friendship. I looked up at the sky and whispered to myself, "Father, I have done it. I have come home." If you learned something from David's journey today, remember this: every challenge teaches you who you really are. Keep learning, keep growing, and never stop believing in your courage. Like, comment your favorite part of the story, and subscribe to Bookish English for more stories that teach you English through life, courage, and adventure. I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, my name is Sam. I am a student of English. This is my story. I want to tell you about how I learned to practice speaking. I want to tell you about my teacher, my mistakes, and my small steps. You can read my story and learn English with me. You can listen, read, and repeat. You can feel my journey in every word. Welcome to my channel, Bookish English 2. It was a cool morning in London. The sky was gray, but I was happy. I was walking to my English school. I had my notebook in my bag, but I didn't plan to use it much. My teacher always said, "Sam, don't study English. Use English." I liked this idea. I wanted to use English. I wanted to speak it, but I was still shy. My mouth felt strange when I tried to speak. My words came out slowly. I was scared of mistakes. I wanted to speak perfectly, but my teacher said something that changed my thinking. She said, "Sam, speaking is not about being perfect. It's about being brave." That sentence stayed in my heart. When I reached the classroom, my teacher smiled at me. She said, "Good morning, Sam. Today we will do something special." I was curious. There were students from many countries: Japan, Brazil, Italy, and Spain. Everyone was friendly. We sat in a circle. The teacher said, "Today we will practice speaking for the whole lesson. No writing, no grammar, no translation. Just speaking. Everyone looked a little nervous. I was nervous too, but I was also excited. Our teacher said, "Speaking is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. If you don't speak, it stays weak. So today, we will make our speaking muscles strong." She told us to look at the person sitting next to us. My partner was a boy from Brazil named Leo. He smiled. The teacher said, "You will ask and answer questions. Don't think too much, just speak." Leo asked me, "What did you do yesterday?" I said slowly, No, I went to the park. I walked. I listened to English songs." Leo nodded. He said, "Good. I also like music." Then he asked, "Which song?" I thought for a moment and said, "Shape of You." Leo laughed. "Me too," he said. We both laughed, and I felt something change inside me. I was speaking. I was not perfect, but I was speaking. After a few minutes, our teacher stopped us and said, "See? You are all speaking. You are learning English with your voice, not your pen. This is how real learning happens." I felt proud. For the first time, I was not afraid. I wanted to speak more. Then our teacher gave us a challenge. She said, "Now we will do a speaking game. I call it Speak for 1 minute." She pointed to me first. "Sam, your topic is morning routines. You have to speak for 1 minute without stopping." I was scared again. 1 minute felt long, but she said, "Don't worry about mistakes. Keep speaking." So I took a deep breath and started. I wake up early. I drink coffee. I take shower. I listen to English. I go to school. I stopped for a second. Then she said, "Keep going." So I continued. I meet my friends. I speak English. I like London. When she said, "Stop," everyone clapped. I smiled. I had done it. I spoke for 1 full minute. After class, I stayed behind to talk to the teacher. I asked her, "How can I practice speaking when I'm alone?" She said, "That's a very good question, Sam. You can do many things. You can speak to yourself in English. You can describe what you see. For example, when you walk in the park, you can say aloud, 'I see trees. I see birds. I like this weather.' This is called thinking aloud. You can also shadow English videos. Listen and repeat what people say. Copy their voice, their rhythm, their emotion. These small things will help you more than grammar books." I wrote her advice in my notebook that night. Speak to yourself. Describe your world. Shadow native speakers. I read it again and again. Then I stood in front of my mirror and tried to do it. I said, "Hello, my name is Sam. I am learning English. I can speak English." I felt strange at first, but slowly I became comfortable. I walked around my room and said simple things like, "I am holding a pen. I am wearing a blue shirt. I am happy." It was funny, but I liked it. My brain started to think in English. The next morning, I decided to continue. When I made breakfast, I spoke aloud. "Now I am making eggs. The eggs look nice. I am eating breakfast. I like coffee." My voice was quiet, but it was English. I felt proud. I started doing this every day when walking, cooking, cleaning, or waiting for the bus. I was speaking English to myself. Slowly, it became natural. I didn't need to translate in my head anymore. One day, I met an old lady at the bus stop. She smiled and said, "Cold day, isn't it?" I smiled and answered, "Yes, it's cold but nice." She said, "You speak English very well. Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Pakistan. I am learning English." She said, "Oh, that's lovely. Keep practicing." I thanked her. That short conversation made my day. I realized I could speak with real people now. I didn't feel shy anymore. When I went to class again, my teacher asked, "Sam, how was your speaking practice this week?" I told her about talking to myself and the old lady. She said, "That's wonderful, Sam. Every small talk makes you stronger. Remember, the more you speak, the faster you learn. Don't wait for perfect English. Speak with what you have." That night, I watched videos from Bookish English 2 and shadowed the speaker's voice. I repeated after every line. "How are you today?" "I am fine, thank you." "What did you do yesterday?" "I went to the park." I copied the rhythm and sound. I spoke louder, clearer, and faster. I felt like I was training my tongue and my brain together. Days passed. My confidence grew. I started to speak more in class. I asked questions. I answered without fear. When I made mistakes, I laughed. My teacher smiled and said, "Good, Sam. Mistakes mean progress." Speaking English became a part of my daily life. I didn't study it. I lived it. When you want to practice speaking, don't wait for the right time. Speak now. Speak with people. Speak with yourself. Speak in your heart. The next week started with sunshine. I walked to school with a big smile. I was no longer afraid to speak. I knew my English was still simple, but I didn't care. I wanted to use it. I wanted to speak. When I entered the classroom, my teacher said, "Good morning, everyone. Today, we will talk about speaking in real life." I like the sound of that. Real life. That was where I wanted to use my English the most. The teacher said, "You can speak in the classroom, but that's only the beginning. Real learning happens outside. You must speak English every day, even when you're not here. You can talk to shopkeepers, to waiters, to your friends, even to yourself. Every word helps." Then she looked at me and said, "Sam, can you tell the class how you practice speaking?" I stood up and said, "I speak to myself. I talk about what I see. I shadow videos, and I speak to people when I can." The teacher smiled. "Excellent, Sam. This is how you grow. You use English in your daily life." Then she said, "Today we'll go outside and speak to people." Everyone looked surprised. "Outside?" asked Leo. The teacher laughed and said, "Yes, outside. We are going to the market. You will talk to people there. You will ask questions in English." I felt nervous again, but also excited. We walked together to a small market near the school. There were many people, many sounds, and many smells. The teacher said, "You will each choose one person and ask simple questions. Say hello. Ask about prices, food, weather, anything. Don't worry about mistakes. I will be here." I walked to a fruit stall. A man was arranging apples. I said softly, "Hello." He looked up and smiled. "Hello, mate. How are you?" I said, "I am fine." "These apples look nice." He said, "Yes, they are fresh." "Do you want some?" I said, "Maybe later." "How much are they?" He said, £2 for 1 kilo. I said, "Okay, thank you." He smiled again and said, "No problem." "You're learning English?" I said, "Yes, I am a student." He said, "Good for you. Keep going." I walked back to my teacher. She said, "See, Sam? You just had a real English conversation. You spoke naturally. You were polite and confident. That's how you learn." I felt so proud. After the market, we all sat in a small park. Everyone shared their experience. Some students said people were friendly. Some said they were shy. But everyone spoke English. Our teacher said, "This is how you become fluent. You use English in the world. You don't wait for perfect grammar. You just speak." When I went home that day, I decided to practice more. I talked to myself again. I said, "Today I went to the market. I spoke English. The man was kind. I feel happy I spoke slowly but clearly. I listened to my own voice. It was not perfect, but it was English." Later that night, I called my friend Amir back home. He asked me, "How is London?" I said, "London is beautiful. I am learning English every day." He said, "You sound better now." I laughed. "Yes, I speak more now. I speak to people. I speak to myself." He said, "That sounds funny." I said, "Yes, it's funny, but it works." The next day I told my teacher about my call. She said, "That's great, Sam. You are not only practicing English in class, you are using it in life. This is how you build fluency. You must make English your daily habit." Then she gave us homework. "Your homework," she said, "is to speak English for 10 minutes every day. You can talk about your day, your plans, your dreams, anything. Speak aloud. Don't write. Don't read. Just speak." I liked this kind of homework. That evening I sat on my bed and spoke aloud. Today I went to school. I spoke to people in the market. I felt shy but happy. I want to speak better. Every day I spoke for about 10 minutes. I didn't count the mistakes. I just kept speaking. When I finished, I felt good. I felt free. After 1 week, my speaking improved. I could speak longer sentences. I could answer faster. My mind didn't translate from Urdu to English anymore. Words came more easily. My teacher noticed it too. She said, "Sam, your speaking is smoother now. You think in English. Keep going." That was one of the happiest moments of my journey. On Friday, our class had a speaking activity. We had to work in pairs and tell a short story. My partner was Monica, the student from Italy. She spoke very well, and I liked her confidence. She said, "Let's talk about our first day in London." I said, "Okay, I will start." Then I told her about my train ride, the people I met, and my first English conversation. She listened carefully and said, "You speak better than before." "You are improving fast," I said. "Thank you." "I practice every day." She smiled and said, "That's the secret." Daily practice. After class, Monica told me more about how she practiced speaking. She said, "When I walk alone, I describe everything in English. I say, the street is busy, the cars are fast, the sun is warm. I do this every day. It helps a lot." I said, "I do the same now. It really helps." We laughed. Every day I saw a little progress. I could order coffee, talk to classmates, and even joke a little. I was not perfect, but I was alive in English. I was no longer afraid of mistakes. I understood what my teacher meant when she said, "Fluency is not about perfection. It's about expression." On Sunday, I went to a small cafe near my school. I wanted to practice again. I said to the waiter, "Good morning. Can I have a cappuccino, please?" He said, "Sure. Would you like sugar?" I said, "No, thank you." Then he asked, "Are you from here?" I said, "No, I am from Pakistan. I am learning English." He smiled and said, "Your English is very good." I felt happy again. That night I wrote in my journal, "Speaking English is becoming fun. I don't need to be perfect. I just need to speak." Every small conversation is a step forward. I looked in the mirror again and said aloud, "I am proud of myself." Then I laughed softly. When you want to practice speaking, don't hide. Speak in small moments. Speak when you order coffee. Speak when you buy fruit. Speak when you are alone. Speak to grow. The next Monday, I woke up early. The sun was soft through my window, and I felt ready for a new week. I looked in the mirror and said quietly, "Good morning, Sam." "You will speak English today," I smiled. It became my small morning habit, talking to myself in English before I started my day. I didn't need grammar books. I just needed my voice. I made my breakfast and said aloud, "Now I am making tea." I like tea. It smells nice. I laughed a little, but it made me happy. When I arrived at school, my teacher said, "Today we will talk about how to speak naturally." Everyone looked interested. She said, "Many students know grammar and words, but they don't sound natural. They think too much before speaking. They stop and translate in their head. That is why they speak slowly. To speak naturally, you must stop thinking in your first language." She wrote on the board, "Think in English." Then she said, "You can train your brain to think in English. You don't have to use big sentences. You can use small ones. For example, when you wake up, don't think main uth gaya hun and then translate it. Just say in English, 'I wake up.' Keep your thoughts simple and in English. That's the secret." I listened carefully. Then she asked us to practice. She said, "Close your eyes. Imagine your morning. Now say it in English." I closed my eyes and said softly, "I open my eyes. I stretch. I smile. I get up. I wash my face. I make breakfast. I drink tea." My voice was quiet, but it felt good. I wasn't translating. I was thinking in English. After class, I walked to the park. I sat on a bench and looked at people walking by. I decided to practice what the teacher said. I spoke in my mind. That man is walking fast. That woman is reading a book. The child is laughing. I kept going. Then I whispered the sentences. It was like a small game. My thoughts were in English now. It made me feel confident. Later that day, I met Monica again near the school gate. She said, "Hi, Sam. How's your English practice?" I said, "It's going well. I talk to myself every day." She smiled. "Good. I do it too. It becomes easier after some time." "Your brain gets used to it?" I said, "Yes, it feels like English is living in my head now." She laughed. "That's a good sign." We walked together to a cafe. She ordered coffee and I ordered tea. She said, "Do you want to practice speaking together?" I said, "Yes, of course." She asked, "What did you do this weekend?" I said, "I went to the park. I watched people. I spoke to myself." She laughed. "You spoke to yourself?" I said, "Yes, I practiced speaking." Then she said, "That's great. I do it too, but sometimes I record myself. It helps me hear my mistakes." I said, "That's a good idea. I will try that." That evening, I took her advice. I sat in my room, took my phone, and started recording. I said, "Hello, my name is Sam. I am practicing speaking English. Today I went to the cafe with my friend. We talked about English. I spoke for 2 minutes and then listened to my recording. I sounded slow, but I could understand myself. I noticed where I stopped and where I needed to improve. It was strange to hear my own voice, but it helped a lot. I did it every night after that. After a few days, my teacher said, "We will now practice group conversations." She divided us into small groups. My group had me, Leo, and Monica. The teacher said, "You will talk about travel. Speak for 10 minutes. Don't stop." We started. Leo said, "I like to travel by train." Monica said, "I prefer flying." Then they looked at me. I said, "I like traveling by bus because I can look at the scenery." I paused, but Monica smiled and said, "Nice sentence, Sam." I continued, "I want to travel to Scotland one day." Leo said, "Yes, it's beautiful." We spoke for 10 minutes, and when we finished, the teacher said, "Good job, everyone. You spoke without fear. That's what I want." After class, the teacher called me and said, "Sam, your speaking has improved a lot. You are more confident now. Do you know why?" I said, "Because I practice every day?" She nodded. "Yes, and because you enjoy it. When you enjoy speaking, learning becomes natural." "Keep that joy alive," I smiled and said, "I will." That night, I watched a video on Bookish English 2. It was about small talk. The speaker said, "Small talk helps you connect with people. You don't need deep topics. Just start with something simple like the weather or food." I paused the video and repeated the sentences. "Nice weather today, isn't it?" Yes, it's beautiful. Do you like tea? Yes, I love it. I shadowed the voice again and again. It became easier each time. The next morning, I decided to try small talk in real life. I went to the bakery near my house. The man at the counter said, "Good morning." I smiled and said, "Good morning." "The weather is nice today," he said. "Yes, finally some sunshine." I said, "Yes, it's beautiful." He smiled and said, "Would you like your usual bread?" I said, "Yes, please." When I walked out, I felt proud. I had done small talk in English. I told my teacher about it later, and she said, "That's wonderful, Sam. Small talk is simple, but it builds real confidence. It makes English a part of your daily life." "Keep doing that," I said. "I will, teacher." In the evening, I sat by my window and looked at the London lights. I thought about my first day when I was too shy to speak. I smiled and whispered, "Now I can speak. I can talk to people. I can express my ideas. I can live in English." I felt calm and happy. Then I took my phone again and started recording. I said, "Today I spoke English many times. I talked about weather. I spoke with my friends. I am learning every day." I listened to my voice again. It sounded better now. My words were clearer. My pauses were shorter. My English was growing like a small plant, slowly but beautifully. That night, I wrote in my notebook, "Speaking is not about being perfect. It's about being brave, consistent, and patient. You must speak even when you are afraid. You must speak even when you make mistakes. You must speak every day. When you want to speak better, don't wait for the right moment. Every moment is right. Speak now." The next morning, I woke up with a new idea. I wanted to practice English while walking. I had heard someone say, "When your body moves, your brain learns faster." So I decided to try it. I put on my headphones, played an English podcast, and went outside. The air was cool and fresh. As I walked, I listened to the sentences, and then I repeated them quietly. "Good morning. How are you today?" "I'm fine, thank you." "What are you doing?" "I'm going to the park." I kept repeating, again and again. People walked past me, but I didn't care. I felt free. I was learning and moving at the same time. When I reached the park, I sat under a tree. I closed my eyes and said softly, "I am sitting under a tree. The air is fresh. The birds are singing." I imagined I was talking to a friend. I made questions and answered them myself. "What do you see, Sam?" "I see children playing." "What do you hear, Sam?" "I hear the wind." It was a fun way to speak. I didn't feel like I was studying. I felt like I was living in English. After that day, walking and speaking became my habit. Every morning, I went for a walk and talked to myself in English. Sometimes I shadowed my favorite YouTube teachers. Sometimes I made my own sentences. Every day was different, but every day helped me grow. One morning, I saw an old man sitting on a bench. He looked friendly. I smiled and said, "Good morning." He said, "Good morning, young man. I said, "It's a nice day, isn't it?" He said, "Yes, very nice." "The sun feels good today." I said, "I come here every morning to walk and practice my English." He smiled and said, "That's a good idea. Keep doing it. English is about practice, not perfection." I thanked him. His words stayed in my mind all day. Practice, not perfection. That week, my teacher gave us a new task. She said, "You will all prepare a short talk in English. You will speak for 2 minutes in front of the class. The topic is my favorite place." Everyone looked nervous. I felt nervous too, but I also felt excited. I thought, this is my chance. I went home and started writing my talk. I wrote, "My favorite place is the park near my house. I go there every morning. I walk, listen to English, and speak to myself. I like the sound of birds and the smell of trees. It makes me calm. It helps me learn." I read it again and again until I could say it without looking at the paper. Then I stood in front of the mirror and practiced. "My favorite place is the park near my house." I smiled, used my hands, and spoke with feeling. I wanted to sound natural. The next day, it was my turn to speak in class. My heart beat fast. My teacher said, "Sam, you can start." I took a deep breath and began. "My favorite place is the park near my house. I go there every morning." My voice was clear. I looked at my classmates and smiled. I forgot my fear. I just spoke. When I finished, everyone clapped. The teacher said, "Very good, Sam." You spoke clearly and naturally. I sat down, my hands shaking a little, but I was smiling. I had done it. After class, Monica said, "Sam, you sounded great." "I can see how much you've improved," I said. "Thank you." "I practiced many times at home," she said. "That's the secret. Practice makes your words flow." I nodded. That night, I sat at my desk and thought about my journey. I remembered the first time I was too afraid to speak. I remembered the mistakes, the small steps, the laughter, and the progress. I realized something very important. Speaking is not about big moments. It's about small, daily moments. When you say good morning to someone, when you describe what you see, when you talk to yourself in the mirror, those are the real moments of growth. The next morning, my teacher said, "Today, let's talk about pronunciation." She played an audio clip. The voice said, "I can do it." Then she said, "Now listen carefully. Notice how the sounds connect. Not I can do it, but I can do it." English sounds join together. That's how native speakers talk. We repeated after her. "I can do it. I can see it. I can make it." I realized how the words flow together. It sounded beautiful, like music. After class, I asked her, "Teacher, how can I improve my pronunciation?" She said, "Shadowing. Repeat what you hear. Don't worry about understanding every word. Just copy the rhythm, the sound, the music of English." I said, "I already do that when I walk." She smiled. "Then you're doing the right thing, Sam." That evening, I chose a short video and shadowed the speaker. I repeated every word. You can do it. Don't give up. Keep trying. I said it again and again until it sounded smooth. I recorded myself and compared it to the video. At first it didn't sound the same, but slowly it started to match. I felt proud. A few days later, our teacher gave us another activity. She said, "Let's have conversation pairs today. Choose a partner." Monica came to me and said, "Let's be partners again." I smiled. Of course. The teacher gave us a topic. Describe your weekend. Monica started. On Saturday, I met my cousin. We watched a movie. Then she said, "What about you, Sam?" I said, "On Sunday, I went to the park. I listened to English. I spoke with an old man. He told me something special. Practice, not perfection." She smiled and said, "That's beautiful." Our teacher walked around and listened. She said, "Good conversation, both of you. You sound natural." I felt happy again. Each small success made me want to speak more. That night, I wrote another note in my notebook. Speaking English is not about knowing everything. It's about using what you know every day. Don't wait to be perfect. Start now. Speak now. I looked at those words and whispered them like a promise. Then I turned off the light, closed my eyes, and said quietly in English, "I'm learning. I'm growing. I'm not afraid anymore." The next morning I woke up before sunrise. The sky was still gray, and the air was quiet. I sat near my window with my notebook and whispered, "Good morning, English." It had become my small daily ritual, a peaceful moment to connect with my learning. I opened my notebook and read the last line I wrote. Speak now. Those two words felt powerful. They reminded me that learning English was not about waiting for the right day. It was about using every day. After breakfast, I went to school early. I wanted to practice before class started. I met Leo near the library. He was reading something on his phone. I said, "Hey Leo, what are you reading?" He said, "I'm reading an English short story." I said, "Can we read it together and talk about it?" He smiled. "Sure." We sat on a bench outside. The story was simple, about a boy and his lost dog. We read it slowly, line by line. After every paragraph, we stopped and talked. I asked, "What do you think will happen next?" He said, "I think the boy will find the dog." I said, "I think someone will help him." We laughed and kept reading. When we finished, Leo said, "You know, this was fun." I didn't feel like studying. I said, "Me too." It felt like a real conversation. He said, "That's because it was a real conversation." I smiled. It was true. Speaking didn't need to be a big lesson. It could be small, natural, and fun. When the teacher came, she said, "Today we will practice storytelling." Everyone became curious. She said, "Storytelling is one of the best ways to improve your speaking. You use your imagination, you use your feelings, and you use your words. Don't try to be perfect. Just try to be expressive." She gave us each a picture. Mine was of a rainy street. She said, Look at the picture for 1 minute. Then tell a short story about it. I looked at the picture carefully. There was a man with an umbrella walking alone. The street lights reflected on the wet road. I took a deep breath and started. It was a rainy night. The man was walking home. He was tired but happy. He liked the sound of the rain. It made him feel calm. When I finished, the teacher said, "Very good, Sam. You used simple words but created a clear picture. That's storytelling." Later, Monica said, "Your story was beautiful." I said, "Thank you." I was nervous, but I just imagined the scene. She said, "That's the secret. When you see, feel, and speak together, your words become natural." I wrote her sentence in my notebook later. See, feel, and speak together. It became another lesson I didn't want to forget. That evening, I decided to continue practicing storytelling alone. I looked around my room and made stories about everything I saw. This cup was once in a faraway shop. One day, I saw it and bought it. I laughed, but I kept going. I made stories about my desk, my book, my shoes, everything. I didn't care if it sounded silly. I was speaking English, and that was enough. The next day, I tried something new. I opened a random picture online and described it aloud. A beach, a city, a mountain, a family dinner. Every picture became a small world of English words. I said, "They are smiling. They are eating together. The sky looks warm." My confidence was growing. At school, our teacher gave us another fun task. She said, "Today we will play a role-play game. You will act like shopkeepers and customers. You must use English, only I was excited. My partner was Monica again. She said, I will be the customer, and you will be the shopkeeper." I said, "Okay, welcome to my shop." She smiled and said, "Good morning. Do you have any apples?" I said, "Yes, of course. They are very fresh." She said, "How much are they?" I said, £2 per kilo. We both laughed as we continued. When we finished, the teacher said, "Well done. You two sound very natural." After class, I said, "Monica, I think speaking like this helps me a lot." She said, "Yes, because it feels real. You imagine you're in that situation. That makes it easier to remember." I said, "I understand now. English is not something to study. It's something to live." She smiled. Exactly. That evening, I recorded myself again. This time, I pretended I was in a cafe. I said, "Hello, may I have a cup of coffee, please?" Then I answered as if I were the barista. "Sure, one coffee coming up." I changed my voice and laughed. I played the recording and listened. It sounded funny, but real. I noticed how natural my sentences had become. I wasn't translating anymore. My English was flowing like a conversation between two friends. The next day, I had an idea. I wanted to help other students who were shy to speak. I asked my teacher, "Can we make a speaking club after class?" She smiled and said, "That's a wonderful idea, Sam. You can lead it." I felt nervous but excited. After class, I told my friends, let's meet every Friday for 30 minutes and talk in English. No books, no grammar, just speaking. Leo said, yes, that sounds great. Monica said, I'm in. On Friday, 5 students came. We sat in a circle. I said, let's start with something easy. Introduce yourself and talk about your day. Everyone spoke one by one. At first, we laughed a lot because some people forgot words, but nobody felt embarrassed. We helped each other. When the meeting ended, everyone said, this was fun. I felt proud. My small idea became something real. Our teacher joined us later and said, Sam, you have created something beautiful. You are not just learning English now, you are living it and sharing it. Those words made my heart warm. That night, I looked at the city lights again, just like before. But this time, everything felt different. I was not the shy student I used to be. I was someone who could speak, express, and connect. English was no longer just a language I was learning. It was a part of me now. I opened my notebook and wrote my thoughts. Speaking English is like growing a tree. At first, it's small. You must water it every day. You must give it light and time. Slowly, it grows. And one day you look at it and realize it's beautiful. Then I wrote another line under it. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Speak now. Speak today. Speak every day. And as I closed my notebook, I whispered to myself, I'm proud of how far I've come. The next morning, I woke up with excitement. I felt ready to try something new. I wanted to speak English with strangers. It was a little scary, but I remembered all my teacher's advice. Practice, not perfection. I took my notebook and went to the small market near my house. When I entered, a man greeted me. Good morning. I smiled and said, Good morning. How are you today? He smiled back. I'm fine, thank you. And you? I said, I'm fine too. I am learning English every day. He looked surprised but happy. That's wonderful. Keep going, he said. I thanked him and continued walking through the market. I saw a woman selling fruits. I decided to ask her a question. I said, Excuse me, how much are the bananas? She said, 2 pounds per kilo. I said, Thank you. Can I have 1 kilo, please? She smiled and gave me the bananas. I said, Thank you very much. Have a nice day. She said, You too. I walked away and smiled. I had just spoken English in a real-life situation. It felt amazing. My confidence grew a little more. Later, I went to a cafe. I ordered a coffee. The barista asked, Do you want milk or sugar? I said, Milk, please. No sugar. While waiting, I spoke quietly to myself. I am drinking coffee. It is hot. It tastes good. I like this cafe. When he gave me the coffee, I said, Thank you. He smiled and said, You speak very well. I felt proud and happy. Speaking English was no longer scary. At school, our teacher asked us to do a new activity. She said, Today, we will practice asking questions and giving answers quickly. It is called speed conversation. You will have 1 minute with each partner. Speak without thinking too much. Just react naturally. I liked this idea. My first partner was Monica. The timer started. She asked, "What did you eat for breakfast?" I said quickly, "I had bread and tea." She asked, "Do you like tea or coffee?" I said, "I like tea more." She asked, "What do you do after school?" I said, "I practice English, walk, and speak to myself." The timer rang. We laughed. It was fast, but fun. The next partner was Leo. He asked, "Where do you want to travel?" I said, "I want to visit Scotland and see mountains." He asked, "Do you like summer or winter?" I said, "I like summer, but winter is beautiful too." He asked, "What is your favorite hobby?" I said, "My favorite hobby is speaking English and reading." The timer rang again. My heart was beating fast, but I felt alive. After class, the teacher said, "Sam, you are doing very well. You are thinking in English more now. You don't translate anymore. Your brain is starting to work in English." I smiled. It felt like a reward. That evening, I decided to combine my favorite techniques. I sat in my room and recorded myself speaking about my day. I said, "Today I went to the market. I talked to the man at the entrance. I bought bananas. I drank coffee. I practiced speed conversation at school. I feel happy because I spoke a lot. I listened to the recording. I noticed my pauses were shorter. My sentences were smoother. I felt proud." Then I tried thinking aloud again. I spoke about small things in my room. I see my desk. My notebook is on the desk. My pen is blue. I like writing in blue. I open my book. I read a story. It is interesting. I understand most words. I smiled. This simple method made my English feel alive. The next week I had another opportunity. I went to the park again and saw some tourists. I gathered courage and said, "Hello. Where are you from?" They said, "We are from Spain." I said, "Nice. Do you like London?" They said, "Yes, it is beautiful." I said, "I am learning English. I want to speak well." They said, "You speak very well." I felt proud. Speaking with strangers made my English real. At school, the teacher explained another tip. Use English for real tasks. Don't just practice alone. Speak when you order food, buy something, ask directions, or give information. This makes your learning practical and fast. I realized this was true. Every real conversation helped me more than studying rules. That night, I made a plan. I would practice speaking every day with strangers, friends, and myself. I would continue shadowing videos, thinking aloud, and storytelling. I would also record myself. Each day, I would speak at least 10 minutes with someone else and 10 minutes alone. I wrote in my notebook, "Consistency is key." The next day, I tried speaking to the bus driver. I said, "Good morning. Does this bus go to King Street?" He said, "Yes, it does." I said, "Thank you." I felt happy. My teacher's advice was working. Real situations made my speaking faster and more natural. After school, I met Monica and Leo. I said, "Let's practice small talk in the park." We walked and talked about our hobbies, our favorite movies, and our plans. Sometimes we laughed, sometimes we corrected each other. It was fun. I realized that speaking English could be part of life, not just school. That evening I recorded one last thing. I spoke about my week. I spoke to a bus driver. I spoke to tourists. I practiced storytelling. I recorded myself. I practiced thinking aloud. I met friends. I spoke every day. My English is growing. I feel confident. I am happy I listened and smiled. My voice was stronger, smoother, and more natural than before. I wrote in my notebook, "Speaking English is a journey. You grow slowly, but every day counts. Mistakes are normal. Fear is normal. Confidence grows with practice. Speak every day, speak everywhere, speak with joy." Before going to sleep, I whispered, "I am Sam. I speak English. I practice every day. I enjoy learning. I am proud of myself." And with that thought, I closed my eyes, ready to wake up and speak again tomorrow. Hello, everyone. My name is Sam, and welcome to Bookish English. Today, I want to share something that changed my life forever: the best way to learn English. I know many of you dream about speaking English fluently, but sometimes it feels so hard, right? You try to remember new words, but they disappear. You listen to people speak fast, and you feel lost. You open your mouth to speak, but the words just don't come out. I understand that feeling because I was exactly the same. When I first started, English felt like a tall mountain that I could never climb. But now I stand here, speaking to you in English with confidence, and I want to show you that you can do it too. You don't need to be perfect. You just need the right way, the best way, to learn. When I was a beginner, I made one big mistake. I only studied grammar and memorized vocabulary. I thought that if I knew all the rules, I would speak perfectly. But I was wrong. I knew many words, but when I wanted to speak, my mind went blank. I couldn't connect words into sentences. Then one day, I realized something powerful. English is not just a subject, it's a skill. You don't learn it only by reading books. You learn it by using it. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. You can read about how to ride, but if you never get on the bike, you'll never learn. From that day, I started to use English every day, little by little, step by step, and everything changed. The first thing I did was listen more. I listened to podcasts, songs, and short videos. Even when I didn't understand every word, I kept listening. My brain started to recognize the sound, rhythm, and tone of English. It was like music. Slowly, the language started to feel familiar. Listening helped me learn naturally, just like a child learns their first language. You see, when babies learn to talk, they don't start with grammar books. They listen first. They listen again and again until the words become part of them. That's what you need to do. Fill your ears with English. Listen every day, even for 10 minutes. Then I started talking to myself. Yes, it may sound funny, but it helped me so much. I would walk around my room and describe things in English. I would say, "This is my phone. I am charging it. I am going to call my friend." I practice daily situations, like ordering food or introducing myself. Talking to myself built my confidence. It made my mouth comfortable with English sounds, and over time, I started thinking in English too. Thinking in English is one of the best ways to become fluent. When you stop translating from your language, your mind becomes faster. You start to speak naturally without fear. Another thing that helped me was shadowing. I watched English videos, and I repeated every line with the speaker. I copied their voice, their tone, and their style. It was like acting. At first, I made many mistakes, but that didn't matter. I focused on rhythm and sound, not perfection. Slowly, my pronunciation became clear, my accent softer, and my confidence stronger. Shadowing made me feel like I was really speaking with someone. I started to enjoy it, and that's when English stopped being a subject and became a part of my life. Reading was another powerful step, but not difficult books. I started with short stories and articles that I understood. I read slowly and out loud. Reading out loud improved my speaking, listening, and even grammar. When you read out loud, your mouth practices while your brain learns sentence structure. It's like hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. Sometimes I recorded myself while reading and listened again to notice my mistakes. This helped me sound better every time. Writing was also important. Every night I wrote a small diary in English. Just a few lines like, "Today I went to the park. It was sunny. I met my friend simple, but effective." Writing helped me organize my thoughts in English. It trained my brain to build sentences. You don't have to write long essays. Just small notes are enough. The key is daily practice. Even 5 minutes a day can make a big difference if you are consistent. I also joined English-speaking groups online. At first, I was shy. My hands shook when I spoke. But soon I realized that everyone was learning just like me. We laughed, made mistakes, and learned together. Speaking with others helped me break my fear. The more I spoke, the more natural it felt. I learned that English is not about being perfect. It's about being brave. Every time you open your mouth and try, you win. Even if you make mistakes, you're improving. Sometimes I didn't feel like studying. I felt tired or lazy. But I told myself, "Sam, just do a little today." And I did. Maybe only 10 minutes, maybe just 1 page. But I never stopped completely. That's the secret. Never stop. Learning English is like growing a tree. You water it a little every day, and one day it becomes strong. If you stop, the tree dries. So keep going, even when it feels slow. I also used English in daily life. When I cooked, I said the names of ingredients in English. When I traveled, I looked at signs in English. When I watched a movie, I tried to understand without subtitles. I made English a part of my world, and slowly it became natural. The best way to learn is not by forcing yourself, but by living with the language. The more you use English in your real life, the faster you learn. There's something else I learned. Don't fear mistakes. When I made mistakes, I used to feel bad. But now I know that every mistake is a teacher. Each mistake shows you where to grow. When you say something wrong, you remember it forever. So don't hide your mistakes. Welcome them. Mistakes mean progress. The only people who don't make mistakes are those who never try. So, my friends, if you truly want to learn English, don't just study it. Live it. Listen, speak, read, and write every day. Make English your friend, not your fear. Remember, learning a language is not about being perfect. It's about expressing yourself, connecting with others, and opening new doors. You can do it. You just have to start and never stop. When I started to see small changes in my English, I felt so happy. The first time I understood a full English sentence in a movie, I smiled. The first time I spoke to someone in English without stopping, I almost cried. It felt like magic. I realized that progress doesn't come in one big moment. It comes in small, quiet ways. Every new word, every simple sentence, every small success builds up slowly. That is why I always tell people who watch Bookish English, don't look for fast results. Look for daily progress. Every day you learn something, you are moving forward. Even if it's just one word, it still counts. There was a time when I felt stuck. I had been learning for months, but I didn't feel like I was improving. I almost gave up. But then I told myself, Sam, you've come so far already. You can't stop now. So I changed my way of learning. I started to make English fun again. I played word games, watched funny shows, and listened to English songs that made me happy. I learned new words from the lyrics. I even sang along. It made learning feel easy and joyful, and slowly, the words I sang became part of my daily speech. That's when I realized that fun is a secret teacher. When you enjoy learning, you learn faster. I remember one moment very clearly. I was at a cafe and a tourist came in. They asked me for directions in English. My heart started beating fast. For a second I was scared, but then I smiled and spoke. I said, "Go straight, then turn left. You will see the park." The tourist smiled and said, "Thank you." That small conversation meant the world to me. It showed me that all my practice was working. Even if my English wasn't perfect, it was good enough to connect with someone. That is the real goal. Communication. Not perfection, not big words, just connection. Every time I spoke to someone in English, I learned something new. I learned new words, new ways to say things, and new confidence. Speaking is like building a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. If you want to get better at speaking English, you must speak, even if it's just to yourself. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait until you know enough. Start now with what you have. Speak small, speak simple, but speak every day. Another thing that helped me was watching short English videos with subtitles. I didn't just watch once. I watched again and again. The first time, I focused on listening. The second time, I focused on reading the subtitles. The third time, I tried to repeat after the speaker. That simple routine improved my listening and speaking together. Over time, my brain started to think in English naturally. I could understand sentences without translating them in my head. That's a big step, when English stops feeling foreign and starts feeling natural. Many people think they need to go to an English-speaking country to learn well, but that's not true. You can create your own English world anywhere. You can learn from your phone, your books, your music, your friends, and even your thoughts. When I couldn't find people to practice with, I practiced alone. When I couldn't travel, I watched travel videos in English. When I couldn't join classes, I used free online lessons. The truth is, you don't need a perfect environment. You just need the right mindset. And your mindset should be simple. Never stop learning. Never stop believing that you can improve. Even on slow days, even on hard days, keep moving. Some days I didn't learn much. Some days I felt lazy, but I told myself, it's okay. Tomorrow I will try again. And I did. Learning English is not a race. It's a lifelong journey. The people who win are not the fastest. They are the ones who never quit. I also learned to focus on small goals. Big goals can feel scary. So instead of saying, I want to be fluent, I said, I want to learn 5 new words today. Or, I want to talk for 2 minutes in English. Small goals are easier and more enjoyable. And when you achieve them, you feel good. That feeling pushes you to do more. It's like climbing a long staircase, one step at a time. Each step matters. When I first started Bookish English, I wanted to help others like me. People who wanted to learn English but didn't know how. I wanted to show that anyone can learn, no matter their age or background. You don't need to be rich or smart or special. You just need patience and practice. I wanted my viewers to feel that they are not alone. We are all learning together. And that's what makes this journey beautiful, the connection we build through words. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was this: don't learn English to be perfect. Learn it to express yourself. That changed everything for me. I stopped worrying about grammar mistakes. I stopped comparing myself to others. I started focusing on communication. If I could make someone understand me, I was happy. The more I spoke freely, the better my English became. It was like magic. The less I feared mistakes, the faster I improved. There were also days when I didn't feel confident, days when I forgot simple words or said something wrong. But I learned to forgive myself. I reminded myself that even native speakers make mistakes. They forget words, too. They say, and sorry. Mistakes are part of every language. So why should I be afraid of them? I learned to laugh at my mistakes. I turned my fear into fun. That made all the difference. And here's another truth. You must practice daily, but you also need to rest. Your brain needs time to absorb what you learn. Sometimes, when I felt tired, I just listened to soft English songs or watched cartoons in English. It still counted as learning, but it was relaxing. English should not feel heavy. It should feel like a friend who grows with you. Over time, English became part of my identity. It became my voice to connect with the world. It gave me new friends, new dreams, and new opportunities. When I looked back, I realized that learning English didn't just teach me a language. It taught me patience, confidence, and hope. As time passed, I began to notice something special happening inside me. English was no longer just something I studied. It became a part of who I was. I started to think in English without forcing myself. When I looked at something, the English word came to my mind before my own language. That felt like a big victory. I realized that this was the real secret. When English becomes a natural part of your daily life, learning becomes effortless. You don't have to force it. It starts to flow. Every time I spoke, read, or listened, it became smoother, easier, and more enjoyable. It felt like I was finally living in English, not just learning it. There were days when I still made mistakes, of course. I remember one day I said something funny by accident, and everyone laughed. For a second, I felt shy. But then I laughed too. That moment taught me that laughter is also part of learning. People don't laugh to hurt you. Sometimes they laugh because it's cute or funny. So never let that stop you. Every mistake brings you one step closer to confidence. Confidence doesn't come from speaking perfectly. It comes from speaking even when you're not perfect. I also learned something very important. You must build a daily routine. I made a small plan for myself. Every morning, I listened to one short English audio clip. During lunch, I read one English article. In the evening, I practiced speaking for 5 minutes. Before bed, I wrote one short paragraph in my English journal. These small habits changed everything. They built consistency. And consistency is the real secret behind success. You don't need to study for hours. You just need to do something small every day. Over time, small efforts become big results. Another great thing that helped me was using English while doing normal things. For example, when I looked around my room, I described what I saw in English. This is a chair. This is my notebook. The fan is spinning. When I cooked, I named the ingredients in English. I'm cutting the tomato. I'm adding salt. It sounds simple, but it trains your brain to think in English all the time. You don't need books for that. You just need curiosity and practice. Watching movies also became my favorite way to learn. But I didn't just watch for fun. I learned smartly. I chose simple movies, turned on subtitles, and repeated interesting lines. I tried to copy the way actors spoke, their tone, their speed, their feelings. It helped me understand that English is not just words, it's also emotion. The way you say something is as important as the words themselves. I learned to use my voice, my face, and even my hands when I spoke. It made my English feel more alive. Music was another teacher. I listened to English songs every day. At first I only enjoyed the melody, but then I started reading the lyrics. I learned new words and phrases that people actually use in daily life. I sang along, and my pronunciation got better. Music made English feel easy, fun, and full of emotion. When I couldn't study hard, I just listened to songs, and I was still learning without pressure. Sometimes, I would also listen to podcasts from English teachers. They shared ideas about pronunciation, grammar, and motivation. Listening to their stories gave me strength. It reminded me that learning English is not just about the language, it's about growing as a person. It teaches patience, discipline, and self-belief. I started to believe that if I could learn English, I could do anything. I also noticed that learning English improved my thinking. I became more confident in expressing my ideas. I became more open-minded because English connected me to people from all around the world. I could listen to stories from different countries, cultures, and lives. That made me see the world in a new way. English became my window to the world. Through it, I learned not only words, but wisdom. There was one time when I joined an online group chat with people from many countries: India, Brazil, Japan, and Egypt. We all spoke English, even though it wasn't our first language. And you know what? Nobody cared about mistakes. We laughed, learned, and shared ideas. That moment made me realize how powerful English is. It connects people who would never meet otherwise. It's like a bridge between hearts. That day, I felt proud. I thought, wow, my English is helping me make friends across the world. That feeling was priceless. Of course, not every day was easy. Some days I felt tired or frustrated. Some days I wanted to give up. But every time that thought came, I told myself, Sam, remember why you started. I wanted to grow, to explore, to communicate, to be free. I didn't want fear to stop me, so I kept going. I reminded myself that slow progress is still progress. Even if I learned one small thing that day, it was still worth it. One of the most beautiful things about learning English is that it changes how you see yourself. When I first started, I was shy. I doubted my ability. But now, I feel strong. I feel capable. I can speak, express, and connect. English didn't just give me a language, it gave me confidence. It gave me a new voice. And every person who learns English will discover that same power inside them. So if you are learning English right now, I want to tell you this. Don't worry if you're slow. Don't worry if your grammar isn't perfect. Don't worry if people don't understand you sometimes. It's all part of the journey. Keep practicing. Keep speaking. Keep believing in yourself. Every word you learn, every sentence you speak, is bringing you closer to fluency. One day, you will look back and realize how far you've come, and you will smile with pride. I started to feel proud of myself. Every small success made me happy. When I understood a grammar rule that I didn't understand before, it felt like a little victory. I began to enjoy studying grammar. I no longer saw it as something boring. I saw it as a game. Every sentence I fixed, every mistake I caught, was like winning points in that game. I began to believe that grammar was not my enemy. It was my helper. It was helping me to speak better and write better. The more I learned, the easier English became. Sometimes I made silly mistakes. I would laugh at myself and move on. I didn't get angry anymore. I learned that mistakes are not bad. They are part of learning. Every time I made one, I understood the rule more deeply. When I stopped being afraid of mistakes, grammar stopped being scary. I started to notice patterns in English. For example, I realized that many grammar rules repeat. I noticed that once you learn one tense, you can understand others easily. For example, if you know present simple, then past simple becomes simple too. I realized English grammar is like a family. Each part is connected to another. One day, I tried to write a small story using all the grammar I had learned. I wrote slowly and carefully. I checked each sentence, and I asked myself, is this correct? I used past tense, present tense, and even future tense. When I finished, I read it again. It was not perfect, but it was clear. I could see my progress. I smiled because I had done it all by myself. I realized something very important that day. Grammar is not about rules only. It's about expressing your thoughts clearly. After that day, I made grammar part of my daily life. I didn't just study it in a book. I used it in everything. When I watched English videos, I listened carefully to how people used grammar. I noticed how they said, "I've been waiting," instead of "I wait." I paid attention to small details. I tried to copy their sentence patterns. When I wrote something, I used the same structure. Slowly, grammar became natural for me. It started to live inside my brain. I didn't need to think too hard anymore. Another big change happened when I started teaching grammar to my friends. I was not a teacher, but I explained what I learned to others. When my friends asked me, "What is the difference between has and have?" I explained it in simple words. Teaching helped me remember everything better. When you explain something to someone, you understand it deeply. So I made it a habit. I helped others, and at the same time, I helped myself. There were still days when I got tired or confused. Sometimes I mixed up tenses or used wrong prepositions. But I didn't stop. I reminded myself that mastering grammar takes time. You can't do it in 1 week or 1 month. It's a long process. So I stayed patient. I focused on progress, not perfection. I celebrated small steps. As months passed, I could feel the difference. My writing became smooth. My speaking became clear. People started to say, "Your English sounds better now." Those words gave me motivation to continue. I realized that grammar is like the backbone of English. Without it, your sentences may fall apart. But when you master it, everything stands strong. Now, when I read English books, I understand grammar naturally. I don't think about rules consciously. I just feel them. I can sense when a sentence is wrong even before I check it. That's the result of practice. That's how grammar becomes a part of you. Sometimes I look back at my old notebooks. I see all the notes, all the mistakes, all the corrections. It reminds me how far I have come. It wasn't an easy road, but it was worth it. Grammar gave me power. It gave me confidence. It gave me a new way to express myself. And that's how I mastered English grammar. Not by memorizing, not by rushing, but by understanding, practicing, and loving it step by step. After some time, I started to notice something new. Grammar was not only helping me understand English better, it was changing the way I spoke and wrote. When I talked to people in English, my sentences began to sound more natural. Before, I used to stop and think, "Is this correct?" But now, the words came out smoothly. I didn't have to plan every sentence. Grammar had become a part of my thinking. It was like a quiet voice inside my head guiding me. I didn't force it. It just happened naturally because of practice. When I wrote messages or emails in English, I felt more confident. I no longer worried about small mistakes. I used to be afraid that people would laugh if I wrote something wrong. But now, I was sure about my sentences. I could explain things clearly. I could share my thoughts easily. Writing became enjoyable. I started keeping a daily English journal. Every night before bed, I wrote about my day. Sometimes just a few sentences, sometimes a whole page. It became a habit. And I used that time to play with grammar. I tried new sentence structures. I used conditionals like, if I study every day, I will improve. I used past tense to describe my day and future tense to write my plans. This simple exercise helped me so much. Then I started to notice grammar in everything I read or heard. When I watched a movie, I paid attention to how characters spoke. I noticed they didn't always follow the book grammar, but I understood why. Spoken English is flexible. It has rhythm and emotion. I realized grammar rules give structure, but real English also has feeling. That's when I began to balance both, the rules and the rhythm. One day, I had to write a short essay for an online English class. The topic was my favorite memory. I wrote it using all I had learned. I used proper tenses, connectors like however and because, and made sure every sentence was clear. When I submitted it, the teacher said, "Your writing is strong and natural." That feedback made me so proud. I knew I was improving not by luck, but by effort. Still, I didn't stop learning. Grammar is deep. Even native speakers learn new things. I started reading grammar blogs and watching videos by English teachers. I learned about advanced grammar, things like relative clauses, modals, and perfect tenses. At first, they looked difficult, but because I already had a strong base, I could understand them step by step. I didn't rush. I read examples, I wrote my own sentences, and I practiced speaking them out loud. Sometimes I played a little game with myself. I would take one grammar rule each day and focus on using it in sentences. For example, one day I would practice used to, another day, present perfect. I would make 10 sentences for each and say them aloud. It was simple but powerful. That daily routine made grammar a living thing in my mind. Then came the biggest change, my confidence when speaking English with others. Before, I was shy. I used to say only simple sentences because I was afraid to make mistakes. But as grammar became natural, I started using longer and more expressive sentences. I could say exactly what I wanted. I didn't feel lost anymore. People began to say, "Your English sounds very clear." That one sentence made me so happy because clarity was my goal. I didn't want to sound fancy, I just wanted to be understood. And grammar helped me do that. As time went on, I also noticed that grammar helped me think better in English. I didn't need to translate from my native language anymore. My thoughts began forming directly in English. This was a big step. When you stop translating, you become fluent. Grammar gave my thoughts a structure, a shape, a rhythm. I could organize ideas easily. It made communication faster and smoother. I started helping other learners online. Many of them said, "Grammar is so hard." And I told them, "It's only hard when you see it as rules. But if you see it as a language of ideas, it becomes easy. I shared my method: learn a rule, use it in life, repeat it daily, and never be afraid of mistakes. I told them how I made grammar part of everything: reading, writing, speaking, and even listening. Slowly, I began to see myself not as just a learner, but as a guide for others. I wasn't perfect, but I was growing. I learned that mastery is not about knowing everything. It's about understanding deeply and using what you know confidently. Grammar gave me that confidence. Now, when I write or speak, I don't worry about grammar anymore. It's already inside me. It has become like a friend walking beside me, making sure my words stand strong. I don't memorize rules now. I use them naturally. It took time, patience, and daily effort, but the result is amazing. I feel free when I speak English. I feel powerful when I write. And this freedom came from grammar, the same thing that once scared me. That's why I always tell learners, don't run away from grammar. Make it your friend. Learn it slowly, live it daily, and soon it will help you shine. After some months of practice, something magical started to happen. I noticed that my thoughts were no longer coming in my native language first. They were coming directly in English. It felt strange at the beginning, but also beautiful. I would walk down the street, see something, and think, the sky looks so clear today. I didn't translate that sentence. It just came to my mind naturally. That was when I realized that grammar was helping me think in English. Before that, I used to think word by word. I would build sentences slowly, like solving a puzzle. But now, sentences came out smoothly and naturally. Grammar had trained my brain to organize thoughts in the right way. It felt like my brain had switched to English mode. I didn't even notice when it happened. It came slowly, silently, through practice. When I read books, I didn't stop at every line anymore. I could understand full paragraphs without thinking about each rule. The sentences made sense because my brain already understood the grammar behind them. I didn't have to analyze everything. I just felt the meaning. That's what real fluency means. Not just knowing words, but feeling the structure of the language. I remember one night, I was writing in my English journal. I wrote 2 full pages without thinking about grammar once. When I finished, I read it again, and I was surprised. Everything was correct. The tenses were right, the prepositions were fine, and the sentences were clear. I didn't use a grammar checker. I didn't open a book. It all came from my memory. That night I smiled and whispered to myself, I did it. I can really write in English now. The next day I spoke to a foreign friend online. We talked for almost 30 minutes in English. During the conversation I used many tenses: past, present, future, and even conditionals. I didn't pause. I didn't feel nervous. The conversation flowed naturally. When the call ended, my friend said, "Your English sounds so natural now." Those words meant the world to me, because I knew deep down that grammar was the key that opened this door. I also noticed that grammar made me a better listener. Before, I used to hear English and get confused when people spoke fast. But after understanding grammar, I could catch the meaning easily. Even if I missed a word, I could guess the rest because I understood the structure. For example, when someone said, "If I had known, I would have come earlier," I could instantly understand the meaning because I knew the conditional form. Grammar turned listening into understanding, not guessing. One beautiful change that grammar brought into my life was confidence. I stopped being afraid of English. I stopped worrying about being wrong. I started enjoying the process. I even began reading English articles, stories, and blogs just for fun. I underlined sentences that I liked and tried to write similar ones. I made English a part of my everyday life. Then one day, I decided to take a big step. I started writing short stories in English. I had always loved writing, but I never had the courage before. Now, with grammar on my side, I felt ready. I wrote my first story called The Day I Met Confidence. It was simple, but it was mine. When I finished it, I read it out loud. It sounded smooth. The sentences connected well. Grammar gave my story life. After that, I kept writing more. Every story helped me improve more and more. My grammar became stronger without me even realizing it. I didn't sit down to study rules anymore. I learned by using them. I learned by living them. That's how grammar became my teacher, not through memorization, but through experience. When I talked with others, I could feel the difference in my tone and expression. I could express feelings more accurately. I could say exactly what I wanted to say, and that made me feel powerful. For example, I could say, "I've been waiting for this moment for so long," instead of just, "I wait." That little difference made my sentences more meaningful. That's the beauty of grammar. It adds life, time, and emotion to your words. As I continued my journey, I also realized something deeper. Grammar didn't just teach me English, it taught me patience, focus, and discipline. It taught me that small steps every day lead to big results. It showed me that learning is not about speed, but consistency. Some days I didn't study much, but I never stopped completely. I always kept a small connection with English, reading a few lines, writing a short paragraph, or listening to a podcast. That was enough to keep my grammar sharp. Years later, I looked back and realized how far I had come. I remembered the days when grammar felt like a mountain I could never climb. And now, that mountain felt like a gentle path I had walked with time and love. I realized that mastery is not about perfection, it's about comfort. It's when you feel at home with what once felt difficult. Now, when someone asks me, "How did you master English grammar?" I smile and say, "I didn't just study it. I lived it." Because grammar is not just rules and charts, it's a way of thinking. It's the bridge between thoughts and words. It's the art of making your ideas clear and beautiful. And today, when I speak or write, I don't worry about grammar anymore. It's always there, quietly guiding me, softly supporting me, like a friend who never leaves. After I reached that point where grammar became natural, I started to notice something unexpected. Grammar didn't just make me better at English, it made me more creative. Before, I used to think grammar was something that limited creativity, something full of strict rules. But now, I saw the opposite. Grammar was giving me freedom. It allowed me to build sentences in many different ways. It gave me more choices to express one idea in several styles. It was like having a box of colors, and I could use them however I wanted. When I wrote stories, grammar helped me shape emotions. If I wanted to make something sound strong, I used short and clear sentences. If I wanted to sound dreamy or soft, I used longer sentences with gentle connectors. For example, I walked alone in the quiet evening, thinking of the days that had gone by. That one sentence showed feeling, time, and flow, all because of grammar. I realized that grammar is not only about being correct, it's about expressing meaning in a beautiful way. I also started experimenting with writing styles. Sometimes I wrote in the past tense, sometimes in present, sometimes I mixed them to create a story effect. I learned how changing tenses could change emotion. For example, I was walking felt different from I walk. One was memory, the other was life happening now. Grammar gave me the power to play with time. That made me feel like an artist painting with words. When I read English novels, I started seeing grammar in a new light. I saw how great writers used it. I noticed their sentence patterns. I saw how they used commas, connectors, and tenses to guide feelings. I realized every line had a rhythm. Every rule had a purpose. It made me respect grammar even more. One night, while reading a book, I came across a sentence that stayed in my mind. She had been waiting for him all her life. I thought about that tense. Had been waiting. It was perfect. It showed time, pain, and hope together. I tried to write my own sentences using the same form. I wrote, I had been waiting for my English to flow like water, and now it finally does. That one line made me emotional because it was true. Grammar gave me the words to describe my own journey. Slowly, I started to write deeper thoughts. I didn't just write about my day anymore. I wrote about life, dreams, and feelings. Grammar helped me express complicated emotions in simple English. For example, when I wanted to describe peace, I wrote, I have learned that silence is also a kind of music. When I wanted to describe patience, I wrote, I am still walking step by step, and the road is still teaching me. Grammar gave structure to my heart's voice. It also helped me in other areas of life. When I wrote job applications or official emails, I could express myself clearly and politely. People started to notice my writing. They said, Your English is so clean and natural. That made me proud, but also thankful. Thankful for every small moment I spent learning grammar years ago. It was paying off now in big ways. I also began writing online posts to share my experiences with English learners. I wrote about the struggles, the confusion, the fear, and the small victories. My posts got attention because they were simple and clear. I didn't use hard words, but I used good grammar. That made my writing strong. People started asking me for advice. Some even said my words motivated them to study again. That was one of the happiest moments of my journey. Grammar had not only changed my English, it had given me a voice that could help others. Sometimes I looked at my old self, the one who was afraid of grammar, who thought it was impossible. I wished I could go back and tell that version of me, Don't be scared. One day, these same rules will become your best friends. I realized that grammar was never the enemy. The real enemy was fear and impatience. Once I learned to relax and enjoy the process, everything became easier. Grammar also taught me something spiritual. It showed me that every big thing in life is built from small parts, just like sentences are built from small words. You can't skip steps. You must build slowly, carefully, and with love. The beauty comes from balance, from connection, from understanding how everything fits together. Grammar is like life, full of patterns and lessons if you are willing to see them. Now, when I write or speak, I don't think about rules. I think about connection. Grammar became the invisible bridge between my thoughts and others' hearts. It made communication pure and meaningful. I could express sadness, hope, excitement, or peace all through well-structured sentences. That's why I always tell learners, grammar is not about being perfect. It's about being understood. It's about sharing your soul in a clear way. When your grammar grows, your expression grows. You don't just speak English, you create English. And the more I used it, the more I loved it. English grammar became like music to me. Every tense a note, every word a sound, every sentence a melody. Sometimes I even sat quietly and thought in English just to enjoy the flow of sentences in my mind. It was peaceful. It was beautiful. It was freedom.